The moment Aaron's gun clicked empty, he knew they were both dead. Standing in knee-deep snow, with mutant wolves closing in from all sides, their roars drowning out even the howling blizzard, he had maybe 3 seconds before teeth and claws would tear through flesh. But what happened next in that locked cabin would prove that sometimes the real monsters aren't the ones scratching at your door. I'm about to take you through the complete story of the Howling Pack, a journey of survival horror that will leave you questioning everything you think you know about trust and betrayal. You'll witness desperate firefights, uneasy alliances, and the kind of moral choices that separate the living from the dead in this unforgiving wasteland. But before we dive in, consider hitting that like button and subscribing if you haven't already. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you, so without further ado, let's get started. The Howling Pack. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1, Relentless Pursuit. The handgun clicks empty, and Aaron knows. He knows the way a man knows his last breath, the way winter knows spring will not come. 3 shells left in his pocket, and the magazine slides out slick with ice, and the wolves circle tighter now through the pines. Snow falls. Always snow falls. The woman at the cabin door has silver eyes and orange hair matted with frost. She moves like something born to this cold, like something that remembers when the world was green. Her breath makes clouds in the air between them, and she does not let him in. Not yet. The wolves howl and the sound cuts through the storm, through bone, through the last warm places a man keeps hidden from winter. Aaron's fingers work the shells into the magazine, numb, clumsy, the way a child learns to write before knowing words. 1 shell drops in the snow, gone. The woman watches him scrabble for it in the drifts. Her coat is military green with fur around the collar, and her boots are heavy and scarred. She does not help. She waits, the way winter waits for everything to die. 3 wolves emerge from the tree line, then 5. Then more than counting matters. Their fur is wrong, patchy. Bone shows through in places where mutation carved away what nature intended. Their eyes catch the weak light filtering through the storm and throw it back hungry. Aaron finds the shell, slides it home, chambers around and aims at the largest wolf and squeezes the trigger, and the shot goes wide. Bark explodes from a pine trunk. The wolves scatter and regroup and come closer, always closer. His hands shake, not from cold, from knowing that winter has teeth, and winter has been following him for 2 years now, since the world ended, since the cold came and stayed and turned everything he knew into something else, something harder. The woman speaks. Her voice is deep, gravelly, like stones grinding in a riverbed that forgot how to flow. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a lighter, military grade, the kind that remembers what it was made for. Clicks it once, twice. No cigarette between her lips, but the motion is habit, ritual. The way some people pray. You cannot shoot. Aaron aims again. The wolves pace back and forth beyond the trees. Patient. They have learned patience the way men learn to suffer, the way the world learned to die slowly instead of all at once. I can shoot. You cannot shoot well. She clicks the lighter again. Empty motion. Her silver eyes narrow with the kind of irritation that comes from wanting something that is not there, from needing something that winter took away along with everything else. The truth of it sits between them like another kind of cold. Aaron lowers the gun. The wolves sense weakness the way water finds cracks in stone. They pad closer through the snow. Silent now. No more howls. Just the whisper of paws on powder and the sound of breath meeting air. The woman steps back from the door. Not invitation, just space. The smallest kindness winter allows. Aaron runs, 3 steps to the door, and the wolves break from cover. Their claws find purchase on ice. Their breath steams in the air behind him, and their shadows stretch long across the snow. Hungry shadows, patient shadows, shadows that have waited 2 years for this moment. He hits the door with his shoulder, and it holds. Locked. The woman is inside, and he can hear her moving. hear boots on floorboards and the scrape of something heavy being moved. The wolves are 10 feet away, then 5, then close enough to smell their wrongness, their sickness, their need. Aaron turns and fires. Once, twice. The first shot takes a wolf in the shoulder and spins it sideways into the snow. The second catches another in the leg, and it stumbles but does not fall, does not stop. The third shot clicks empty and the magazine falls from numb fingers, and Aaron knows the way a man knows winter. The door opens. The woman grabs his coat and pulls him inside and slams the door and throws the bolt. Outside, the wolves hit the wood. Again. Their claws scrape against the frame and their weight tests the hinges, and the whole cabin shudders like something learning to breathe. Aaron slides down the door until he sits on the floor. The woman stands above him. She is tall, taller than he expected. Her silver eyes reflect the firelight from across the room, and her face is angular, sharp. Beautiful in the way winter is beautiful, cold and clean and unforgiving. You are bleeding. Aaron looks at his hands. Red marks where the slide bit his palm, small wounds, nothing that matters, nothing that winter cares about. You are in my cabin. Yes. The wolves test the windows. Their shadows move past the covered glass like clouds across a dead sun. The woman walks to the fireplace and adds wood to the flames. The light dances across her face, and Aaron sees scars. Old ones. Deep ones. The kind that come from surviving things that should not be survived. What is your name, human? Aaron. I am Ylva. She removes a cigarette from her coat. Broken. Bent. Half the tobacco spilled out during the chase through snow. She stares at it with the kind of disgust that comes from small disappointments becoming large ones, from wanting something simple in a world that makes simple things impossible. Worthless. She throws the broken cigarette into the fire where it hisses and burns and becomes smoke that carries away what little comfort it might have offered. Her irritation fills the space between them like another kind of cold. Outside, the storm grows stronger. The wind finds every gap in the walls and reminds them that shelter is temporary. That warmth is borrowed, that winter is patient, and winter always wins. The wolves settle down to wait. Aaron can hear them breathing, hear their claws clicking on the porch, hear the sound they make when they dream of meat and bone and the taste of fear. Ylva moves through the cabin like she owns it, like she has always owned it. Her boots make no sound on the floor, and her hands know where everything belongs. This is her place, her territory. Aaron is the intruder here. She stops at the window, lifts one corner of the board that covers it, peers out into the storm. They will wait until morning. How do you know? Because I know wolves. She lets the board fall back into place, turns to face him. In the firelight, she looks less human, more wild. Something that belongs to winter instead of fighting it. You have ammunition, some. You have food, some. You have something I need. Aaron waits. Outside, the wolves shift and settle. Patient as stone, patient as winter, patient as everything that waits for man to make his last mistake. What do you need? Another gun. The fire crackles and pops. Sparks rise up the chimney and disappear into the storm. Aaron thinks of all the fires that have gone out, all the warm places that winter has claimed, all the people who thought shelter meant safety. I need shelter. Ylva nods. Not agreement, just understanding. The way winter understands that everything dies eventually. The way wolves understand that hunger always wins. We will see. She moves to the kitchen, opens cabinets with doors that do not creak. Everything here is maintained, cared for, loved in the way a person loves the last warm thing in a cold world. Aaron watches her move, watches the way her coat hangs on her frame, the way her hair catches the light, the way she holds her head like something listening for sounds only she can hear. Outside, the wolves begin to howl again. One voice, then another. Then a chorus that rises through the storm and fills the spaces between snowflakes. A sound older than civilization, older than fire, older than the illusion that man is anything more than meat walking around on bones, the sound of winter singing itself to sleep. Chapter 2, Fractured Alliance. Morning comes gray and thin through the storm. Aaron wakes on the floor near the door with his hand on his gun and frost in his beard. The fire has burned low. Ylva sits in a chair across the room watching him. She has not slept. Her silver eyes track his movements like something that remembers when men were prey. The wolves are quiet now. Aaron sits up and his shoulder aches where he hit the door. Small pain. Nothing that matters. Everything hurts after 2 years of winter. Everything learns to accept pain as the price of still breathing. Are they gone? No. Ylva stands and moves to the window, lifts the board again, peeks out at the world that waits beyond the glass. Snow still falls. Always snow falls. But lighter now. The storm is dying the way storms die. Slowly. Reluctantly. Like everything that gives up its hold on the world. They circle the cabin, mark territory, learn our scent. She lets the board drop, turns back to Aaron. In the morning light he can see her better, see the scars that cross her left eye, see the way her coat fits too large around her frame, see the tiredness that lives in the spaces behind her eyes. You missed. What? Last night, you missed. Aaron checks his gun. 2 bullets left. Not enough. Never enough. He has been carrying not enough for 2 years now, since the world ended and ammunition became more valuable than hope. I hit 2 of them. You missed the kill shots. The truth sits between them like the cold, like the space where warmth used to live. Aaron has been alone too long to lie about his limits, too long to pretend he is something more than a man with shaky hands and dwindling supplies. I am not a sniper. You are not a survivor. Maybe not, but I am still here. Ylva moves to the kitchen, opens a cabinet and removes a can of something. The label is faded, but the metal is intact. Good metal. Clean metal. The kind that keeps winter on the outside where it belongs. She sets the can on the counter, does not open it. Not yet. Everything must be earned here. Everything must prove its worth before winter allows it to continue. You have 3 bullets. 2. You dropped 1 in the snow, Aaron remembers. The shell falling into the white. Gone. Another small piece of hope fed to winter's endless hunger. Another reason to lie awake counting the sounds outside the door. I have more ammunition in my pack. How much more? Enough. The lie tastes bitter, like metal, like the air after gunshots. Like the space between breathing and not breathing. Aaron has 17 rounds left. Not enough for a siege. Not enough for what winter has planned. Ylva opens a drawer. Inside are knives. Clean knives. Sharp knives. Knives that remember what they are for. She selects one and tests its edge against her thumb. A small line of red appears. Disappears when she licks it away. Her other hand searches her coat pockets. Empty. Always empty now. She makes a sound in her throat. Half growl. Half sigh. The kind of sound someone makes when small wants become large disappointments. When the things that used to help do not help anymore. Damn winter. Damn everything. I know wolves. You said that. I know what they want. What do they want? Everything. She opens the can with a tool that clicks and whirs. Inside is meat, gray meat floating in clear juice, not fresh. Nothing is fresh anymore, but preserved, safe. The kind of food that winter allows to exist because winter needs something to corrupt. Ylva pauses, stares into the can with the expression of someone who wants something else. Something that used to help with meals like this. Something that made bad food tolerable. Her fingers tap against the metal rim. Restless, wanting. Damn cravings never go away, even when everything else does. We share this. Aaron nods. Sharing is survival. Sharing is the difference between dying alone and dying with company. Between accepting winter's terms and fighting them for one more day. They sit at a small table. 2 chairs, 2 bowls, 2 spoons that click against metal as they eat. The meat tastes like salt and thyme. Like everything that used to matter before the world learned to be cold. Outside something moves, a shadow across the covered window, patient, watching. learning the rhythm of the people inside, learning when they sleep, when they wake, when they make the small mistakes that winter feeds on. You cannot stay. I know, this is my cabin. I know, but you cannot leave. The paradox hangs in the air between them, like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and disappears into cold that waits for all warm things to surrender. The wolves will follow you. Yes, they will follow you here. They are already here. Ylva sets down her spoon. The sound echoes in the small space. Outside, the wind picks up. Always the wind picks up. Always winter finds new ways to remind the world who is in charge. We kill them or they kill us. Aaron looks at his hands, at the small cuts where metal bit flesh, at the lines that cold has carved around his knuckles, at the way his fingers shake when he thinks about ammunition running out. I cannot kill them all. Neither can I. But together, maybe. The word sits between them like warmth, like the first suggestion that winter might not win everything, that patience might work both ways, that two people with knives and 17 bullets might find a way to make the cold wait a little longer. Ylva stands and moves to a closet, opens it and reveals supplies. Canned goods, rope, tools, ammunition boxes stacked neat and careful, the kind of preparation that comes from understanding winter's rules, from accepting that everything ends but trying to make the ending count. I have a rifle. Aaron waits. Outside the shadows move. Circle. Test for weakness the way water tests for cracks, the way winter tests every warm thing it finds. I have ammunition. How much? Enough. This time the word carries weight. Promise. The kind of truth that builds bridges across spaces where trust used to live. Erin studies her face, studies the scars and the silver eyes and the way she holds her head like something listening for sounds only she can hear. What do you need from me? Another gun. Another pair of eyes. Another person who understands that winter has rules and breaking them means dying alone in the snow. I can do that. Ylva nods, not acceptance. Not yet, but acknowledgement. The first step toward something that might survive longer than either of them alone. The first word in a conversation that winter will try to end. They will test us today. How? They will probe, attack in small groups, learn our weapons, our response time, our fears. Aaron checks his gun again. 2 bullets, 17 more in his pack, 19 chances to make winter wait, 19 opportunities to prove that warm things can fight back. We scout at dawn. The plan forms between them like smoke, like breath, like everything fragile that rises up and refuses to disappear. 2 people, 2 guns, 1 small cabin surrounded by wolves and winter and the patient hunger that waits for all things to end. Outside the wind howls, but inside the fire burns, and warmth makes its own rules. Chapter 3. Scavenge Secrets. The cabin holds more than Aaron expected. He discovers this in pieces, like light through dirty glass, like warmth through layers of wool. Ylva moves through the space like something that knows every board, every nail, every place where winter might find a way inside. Behind the kitchen cabinet, canned goods stacked 3 deep, behind the loose floorboard near the door, ammunition boxes wrapped in oiled cloth, behind the false back in the bedroom closet, medical supplies, rope, tools, batteries wrapped in plastic. Aaron watches her reveal each cache, each small victory against winter's hunger. Each proof that preparation matters more than luck, more than hope, more than anything except the will to keep breathing when breathing becomes work. You have been here long. 2 years since the beginning, since before the beginning. She opens another hidden panel, this one behind the fireplace. Inside are weapons, knives, arrows, parts for traps, things that cut and pierce and hold, things that remember what they are for even when the world forgets. Aaron understands now why the wolves wait, why they circle but do not attack. This is not just shelter, this is fortress. This is the place where winter comes to learn patience. How many others? What? How many others tried to take this place? Ylva closes the panel. Her hands are steady, sure, the hands of someone who has answered this question before, with actions instead of words. Enough. The morning light grows stronger through the storm, not warm. Nothing is warm anymore, but bright enough to see by, bright enough to count shadows, to measure the space between safety and everything else. Outside a howl rises, not close, but close enough. The sound of something that remembers when men were afraid of the dark, when fire was the only thing standing between civilization and teeth. They are calling to what? Each other. Aaron moves to the window, lifts the board just enough to see out. Snow covers everything in white that has never been clean. Trees stand like black bones against the gray sky, and between them shapes move, patient shapes, hungry shapes. Shapes that know how to wait. How many? 12, maybe 15. Too many. Not for what I have planned. Ylva moves to the kitchen, begins preparing, opening cans, filling canteens with snow water, making the small calculations that keep warm things alive when winter wants them gone. We cannot stay here. This is my place, and they know it. They will starve us out. Wait until we run out of food, out of ammunition, out of the will to keep fighting. Erin watches her work, watches the way her hands move efficient and sure. No wasted motion, no energy spent on things that do not matter. Everything here serves survival. Everything has earned its place through usefulness. Where would we go? There is a town, 2 days' walk, supplies there, ammunition, food that winter has not claimed yet. What makes you think the wolves will not follow? They will follow. Then why go? Because running is surviving, because staying still is dying slow, because winter gives you 2 choices and both of them end badly, but one ends later. Ylva stops working, turns to face him. In the kitchen light, her scars are deeper, her eyes more silver, her face more like something carved from winter itself. You know something. What? About the wolves. About why they hunt, about what made them this way. The truth hangs between them like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and refuses to stay hidden. Aaron has seen the mutations, has tracked the signs, has followed the trail of wrongness that leads back to something no one wants to name. I know enough. Tell me. The world ended 2 years ago. But the wolves changed before the cold came, before the storms, before winter learned to stay. Ylva nods. Not surprise. Confirmation. The way someone nods when a long-suspected truth finally finds words, when the pieces of a puzzle click into place and reveal a picture no one wanted to see. Something made them, yes. Something that is still making them. Aaron studies her face. Studies the scars and the silver eyes and the way she stands like something ready to fight or run depending on what winter demands. She knows more than she says, knows secrets that could get them both gone if spoken in the wrong place, at the wrong time. What are you? Ylva moves back to the supplies, begins packing, food, ammunition, water, tools, everything necessary people to survive 2 days in winter that wants them gone. I am someone who understands wolves. That is not an answer. It is the only answer you get. Outside, the howling starts again, closer now. Multiple voices weaving together into something that sounds almost like language, almost like communication, almost like intelligence that learns from watching, from waiting, from counting the mistakes that warm things make. Aaron checks his gun. 2 bullets, 17 more in his pack. Not enough for 15 wolves, not enough for what winter has planned, but enough to make the dying count. Enough to teach winter that warm things fight back. They are moving. Where? Toward the town. Ylva stops packing. Her hands freeze halfway to another can. Outside, the howling changes pitch, becomes something urgent, something that tastes like hunger and smells like snow and sounds like every nightmare winter has ever had. They know. Know what? Where we want to go. The realization sits between them like cold, like the space where warmth used to live. The wolves are not just hunting, they are herding, driving their prey towards something, towards some purpose that winter has planned from the beginning. Aaron moves to the back window, lifts the board, peers out at the white world that waits beyond the glass. Shapes move between the trees, patient shapes, coordinated shapes, shapes that know how to work together to bring down things larger than themselves. We are trapped, not trapped, tested. What is the difference? Trapped means no choices. Tested means bad choices. Ylva shoulders her pack, checks her rifle, loads rounds into the chamber with motion smooth and sure. The way someone loads rounds when loading rounds is the difference between breathing and not breathing. Which choice? We go to the town, but not the way they expect. How? Through the forest, through the deep woods where the snow is soft and the trees grow thick, where winter hides its secrets and wolves lose the advantage of numbers. Aaron shoulders his own pack, lighter than hers, less prepared, but enough to keep him alive for 2 days if winter allows it, if the wolves allow it, if luck remembers his name one more time, and if they follow, they will follow, and if we cannot outrun them, then we turn and fight. The plan forms between them like frost on glass, fragile, temporary, but clear enough to see through, clear enough to follow. Clear enough to bet 2 lives on the chance that winter might wait a little longer. Outside, the howling stops. The sudden silence is worse than sound, worse than hunger, worse than anything except the knowledge that silence means something is about to begin, something that winter has been planning all along. Chapter 4. Echoes of the Past. Aaron remembers the time before wolves, before mutation, before winter learned to stay. He remembers warm places and the sound of laughter, and the way hope felt when hope was something other than ammunition counted in single digits. He remembers Sarah. The memory comes unbidden as he and Ylva move through the deep woods, snow up to their knees, breath making clouds that disappear into air too cold to hold warmth, trees standing like monuments to everything that died when the world learned to be different. Sarah had green eyes. Green like summer. Green like grass before grass became a memory. Green like everything winter took away and refuses to give back. Stop. Ylva raises her hand. Aaron freezes mid-step. Around them the forest waits, patient, watching, full of shadows that might be trees or might be something else. Something that remembers when men were prey. What they are close. How close? Close enough. Aaron listens. Hears wind through branches, hears snow falling on snow, hears his own heartbeat counting time that might be running out, but no howls, no sound of paws on powder, no breath that is not his own or Ylva's. Where? Behind us. 50 meters. 2 of them. How do you know? I know. The certainty in her voice is absolute, like winter, like hunger, like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away. Aaron trusts it because trust is cheaper than doubt, and doubt gets you gone when gone is forever. They move deeper into the trees, away from the cabin that was shelter, away from the fire that was warmth, away from everything that made survival feel possible, and toward something that feels like running toward an ending. Aaron thinks about Sarah again, about the way she used to stand at the kitchen window watching birds, about the way she hummed while making coffee, about the morning when winter came and stayed and changed everything forever. She went first, in the initial chaos, before the mutations, before the wolves learned to hunt in coordinated packs, before winter became permanent and hope became rationed. A tree branch snaps behind them. They run. Not fast. Fast means noise, and noise means attracting everything that winter has made hungry. But steady, sure-footed. The way 2 people run when running is the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that feeds the wolves. Behind them, the sounds grow closer. Paws on snow, breath meeting air. The patient padding of things that know how to follow, how to track, how to turn pursuit into art. Aaron's shoulder aches where he hit the door. Small pain, nothing that matters. Everything hurts after 2 years of winter. But hurt is just another fact, like cold, like hunger, like the way hope tastes when hope runs out. This way. Ylva leads them left, toward a cluster of evergreens that stand closer together, toward shade that might hide them, toward anything that offers cover from eyes that see too well and noses that smell too much. They slide between the trees, Bark rough against their coats, branches catching and releasing, the forest accepting them the way forest accepts everything, without judgment, without care, with the indifference that comes from watching species rise and fall and rise again. Aaron's pack catches on a low branch. He tugs it free and something falls out, a can of food. It hits the snow with a soft thump, too soft to carry far. But sound travels in winter. Sound finds ears that know how to listen. Leave it, but leave it. The can disappears into white that has never been clean. Another small piece of survival lost to winter's hunger. Another reason to count supplies more carefully, to ration hope more precisely. Behind them, the sounds stop. They found the cabin. Ylva. Not surprise, not relief. Just acknowledgement that one phase has ended and another has begun. That winter has rules and following them means staying alive long enough to learn new rules. How long until they pick up our trail? Not long. They move deeper into the trees, away from paths, away from anything that looks like direction, into the deep woods where winter keeps its secrets and wolves lose the advantage of familiar territory. Aaron remembers the first week after winter came, before the mutations, before the wolves learned to work together, when people still believed that someone would fix things, that warmth would return, that hope was something other than a luxury no one could afford. He had barricaded himself in the apartment, with Sarah, with enough food for 3 days, with a cell phone that got no signal and a radio that played only static, with the belief that civilization was stronger than weather. The first night they played cards by candlelight. The second night they told stories. The third night, Sarah stopped talking, stopped eating, stopped looking out the window at the world that had become something else. By the end of the first week, the apartment was cold as the outside. The food was gone. Sarah was gone. And Aaron understood that winter had rules and breaking them meant dying alone. How long have you been alone? Ylva glances back at him. Her silver eyes catch the weak light filtering through the canopy. Reflected back changed, colder, more distant, like light from stars that died before Earth learned to be warm. Since the beginning. No family, no friends, no one. The admission hangs between them like breath, like smoke, like everything that rises up and disappears into air too cold to hold it. Aaron understands the weight of being the only warm thing in a world that has learned to be cold. She reaches for her coat pocket again. Automatic motion. Muscle memory that her mind has not caught up with yet. Fingers finding emptiness where comfort used to wait. Her jaw tightens. 2 years since the world ended, and some habits refuse to die even when what they reach for is gone. 2 years. 2 years since civilization forgot how to be civilized. Behind them a howl rises, not close but not far. The sound of something that has found a trail, found a direction, found a purpose worth following into the deep woods where winter keeps its oldest secrets. They are coming. Yes. How many? More than we can fight. Aaron checks his gun. 2 bullets in the chamber, 17 more in his pack. 19 chances to make winter wait. 19 opportunities to prove that warm things remember how to bite back. What happened to your family? Ylva stops walking, turns to face him. In the forest light, her scars are deeper, her eyes more silver, her face more like something carved from winter itself. She studies his face, studies the lines that cold has drawn around his eyes, studies the way hope looks when hope is something carefully rationed. Same thing that happened to yours. Winter. Winter. The truth sits between them like everything they have lost, like everyone who went before them into the cold, like the space where warmth used to live before winter learned to stay. Behind them, the howling grows closer. Multiple voices now, a chorus that rises through the trees and fills the spaces between snowflakes. The sound of winter singing to itself, the sound of hunger that knows how to wait, the sound of everything that remembers when men were afraid of the dark. We need shelter. Where? Ylva looks around, studies the trees. studies the way the land slopes toward a distant valley, studies the patterns that winter makes when winter wants to hide something. There, an old hunting blind. Half a kilometer north. Will it hold? It will have to. They move toward hope measured in half kilometers, toward shelter that might buy them time, toward anything that stands between them and the patient hunger that follows their footprints through snow that never melts. Behind them, the pack grows closer, but ahead lies possibility, the kind that comes from two people who understand winter's rules and refuse to surrender everything all at once, the kind that makes winter wait. Chapter 5. Frozen Crossroads. The hunting blind sits in a clearing like a prayer that winter forgot to answer. 3 walls, a roof with holes, boards gray with age and moisture and the kind of neglect that comes from everyone going away and staying away. But it stands. Aaron and Ylva approach it from the tree line. Moving slow, watching for signs that something else found it first. That winter claimed it for purposes other than shelter. That the hope was just another word for delayed disappointment. Clear. Ylva moves first, across the open ground where snow lies deep and unmarked, where her boots sink through crust into powder that remembers everything that walked here before. Aaron follows, his pack heavier now, his breath coming harder. 2 days of running from wolves and winter and the knowledge that ammunition runs out. Inside the blind, the air smells like wood and time. Like everything that used to matter before the world learned to be cold. A bench runs along one wall. Hunting magazines from before the collapse lie scattered on the floor, their pages brittle with frost, their promises of easy game and simple rules meaningless now. Aaron sits on the bench, removes his pack, checks the contents with hands that shake from cold and exhaustion, and the kind of fear that comes from counting bullets while wolves count heartbeats. 17 rounds left, plus the 2 in the chamber. 19 chances to make winter pause, to make the wolves reconsider, to buy time measured in moments between trigger pulls. They will find us here. Ylva nods, removes her own pack. Inside are supplies that speak of preparation, of understanding winter's rules before winter made them clear. Ammunition, food, tools, medical supplies wrapped in plastic that still remembers how to keep things dry. How long? An hour. Maybe 2. Not enough time to rest. Not enough time to plan. Not enough time for anything except the small calculations that determine whether you see another sunrise or become something that feeds the wolves. Aaron examines the blind. 3 walls good. 1 wall missing. The roof solid enough to stop snow, but full of holes that let wind through, let cold through, let the sounds of everything that hunts in winter through. We can fortify this. With what? Ylva removes rope from her pack, begins examining the trees that border the clearing, looking for branches, for angles, for anything that might slow down teeth and claws and the patient hunger that follows footprints through snow. We make what we have work, the philosophy of winter, of survival, of everything that lasts longer than hope. Aaron helps her gather branches, dead wood, anything that might fill the gap where the 4th wall should be. Anything that might buy seconds when seconds are the difference between breathing and not breathing. They work without talking. 2 people who understand that words are energy and energy is rationed now, that everything must earn its place through usefulness, that survival is mathematics, and mathematics does not care about comfort. The branches stack against each other, create gaps, create spaces where winter gets through, where wolves might get through. But better than nothing, better than open space where hunters see prey silhouetted against snow. Behind them, in the forest, a howl rises. Closer now, close enough to taste. Close enough to smell their fear and their exhaustion and their growing certainty that winter always wins eventually. They found our trail. Yes. How long until they arrive? Soon. Aaron checks his gun again. Habit now. The ritual of counting possibilities, of measuring hope in brass casings and lead, of pretending that 19 bullets matter when winter sends 15 wolves. Do you have a plan? Kill them. All of them. As many as we can. The truth of it sits between them like everything else they cannot change, like cold, like hunger, like the way hope feels when hope becomes a luxury no one can afford. Ylva positions herself behind the makeshift wall, her rifle ready, her movements sure and practiced, the way someone moves when movement is the difference between survival and becoming something that winter claims. Aaron takes position near the entrance where he can watch the tree line, where he can count shadows and measure the space between safety and everything else, where he can make 19 bullets count for as much as 19 bullets can count. They wait. Outside, the wind picks up. Always the wind picks up. Winter's way of reminding the world who makes the rules, who decides when warm things get to stop being warm, who determines whether hope is something worth betting ammunition on. Movement in the trees. Aaron sees it first. A shadow that moves wrong, too fluid, too purposeful, too much like something that knows how to hunt in packs, how to coordinate, how to turn individual weakness into collective strength. 3 of them. Where? Left side. Moving toward the blind. Ylva shifts position, her rifle tracking movement that might be wind in branches, or might be something that remembers when men were prey. Her finger finds the trigger, rests there, ready to turn possibility into certainty. More movement. Right side now, multiple shadows flowing between trees like water finding cracks in stone, like winter finding spaces where warmth used to live, like wolves finding weaknesses in fortifications built from desperation and rope. We are surrounded. Aaron counts muzzle flashes that have not happened yet, counts wolves that move like smoke between trees, counts the mathematics of 17 bullets divided by 15 targets, and arrives at numbers that winter likes. They are learning what? Our positions, our weapons, our fear. The pack circles the clearing. Patient, professional. The way wolves circle when wolves have learned from watching, from waiting, from counting the mistakes that warm things make when warm things run out of choices. First wolf breaks cover, crosses open ground in bounds that eat distance, that close space between safety and teeth. Aaron aims, leads the target, squeezes trigger and misses and chambers another round, and the wolf disappears into trees on the far side. 17 bullets left, more wolves emerge, 2 from the left, 1 from the right, moving coordinated, moving planned, moving like something that understands tactics and terrain and the psychology of prey that counts bullets while predators count heartbeats. Ylva fires, her rifle barks once and a wolf stumbles, falls, tries to rise and falls again. Gone. The first victory that feels like victory. The first proof that winter does not always win immediately. The pack retreats, regroups, learns from watching one of their own go still in snow that accepts everything winter feeds it, red seeping into white, hope measured in corpses. They will come again. When? Soon. Aaron moves to the gap where the 4th wall should be, where winter gets in, where wolves might get in, where everything that hunts in darkness finds its way to warm things that count bullets. His shoulder burns where old injury meets new strain. Small pain. Nothing that matters. Everything hurts after 2 years of winter, but hurt is just another fact that must be accepted. Like cold, like hunger, like the way ammunition runs out just when you need it most. The wolves test different angles now, probing, learning, understanding that frontal assault means casualties. That patience costs less than speed. That winter has time and winter can wait for warm things to make mistakes. They are smarter than before. Ylva reloads her rifle, her movements economical, practiced. The way someone reloads when reloading has meant the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that feeds the forest. The mutations, they changed more than size. What else? Intelligence, coordination, the ability to learn from watching others die. The truth hangs between them like everything they cannot change, like winter, like the mathematics of bullets divided by wolves, like the certainty that evolution never stops just because humanity wants it to. Another wolf appears at the tree line, this one different, larger. Scars across its muzzle where something fought back and lost. Its eyes reflect light that has no source. Intelligence that should not exist in something with 4 legs and teeth. That one is the leader. How do you know? The others wait for its signal. Aaron tracks the alpha with his gun sight, measures the distance, calculates wind and cold and the way fear makes hands shake when hands need to be steady. 200 meters, long shot for a handgun. Longer for someone whose marksmanship peaked before winter learned to stay. Can you hit it? Maybe. Maybe is not good enough. Maybe is all we have. The alpha studies the blind, studies the fortifications built from desperation and rope, studies the angles where bullets might come from, where prey might hide, where warm things make their last stand against winter's patient hunger. It howls. The sound cuts through wind and snow and the last illusions that shelter means safety. Other wolves answer from positions around the clearing, a circle that tightens with each response, a noose made of teeth and patience and the kind of hunger that learns from experience. Aaron counts the voices. 8, maybe 9, not 15, but enough. More than enough for 2 people with limited ammunition and unlimited fear. They are coming, all of them. Yes. The first wave breaks from cover, 3 wolves moving coordinated, bounding across open ground in patterns that eat space, that close distance between safety and everything else. Aaron fires, misses, chambers another round, fires again, hits nothing but air and hope. 16 bullets left. Ylva's rifle speaks. Once. Twice. 2 wolves stumble, 1 falls. 1 keeps coming with red streaming from its shoulder where lead found meat. Pain making it faster, anger making it deadly. The wounded wolf reaches the blind. Hits the makeshift wall with force that shakes the entire structure. Boards crack. Rope stretches. The barrier between warm things and teeth holds. Barely. Aaron puts his gun to the gap where boards meet, where wolf breath meets human breath. Pulls trigger and watches the wolf go still against wood that remembers what it was built for. 15 bullets left. The second wave comes from different angles, learning from the first wave's mistakes, using terrain and timing and the kind of tactical thinking that should not exist in animals that remember when humans were alpha. 4 wolves this time, moving like water around stone, like winter around everything that tries to stay warm, finding weaknesses in fortifications, finding spaces where desperation meets reality. Ylva shifts position, her rifle tracking multiple targets, choosing, calculating, making the mathematics of ammunition mean something when meaning is the difference between survival and becoming food. She fires, misses, chambers another round, fires again. A wolf spins sideways into snow that accepts everything winter offers. Pain, fear. The last breath of things that used to run free before mutation taught them new ways to hunt. Aaron covers the entrance, where wolves might pour through like water through broken dam, where 2 people with guns try to hold back winter's tide. His hands shake, but his aim is true enough. True enough for close range, for targets that fill the space between safety and teeth. A wolf appears in the entrance. Aaron fires, point-blank range, cannot miss at point-blank range. The wolf stumbles backward, falls, tries to rise and falls again. Gone. 14 bullets left. Behind them, something crashes through the roof. Wood splinters, rope snaps. Winter finds a new way inside where warm things thought they were safe, where shelter becomes trap. Ylva spins, her rifle rising toward the hole where sky shows through, where something that learned to climb waits to drop down onto prey that counted on walls for protection. The wolf falls through, lands hard on wooden floor that groans under weight it was never meant to hold, scrambles for footing, for position, for the angle that lets teeth find throat. Aaron turns, fires. Close range again, cannot miss when missing means dying. The bullet takes the wolf center mass, spins it against the wall where it slides down, leaving red marks on wood that has seen red marks before. 13 bullets left. Silence falls over the clearing. Not peace. Not victory. Just the temporary absence of immediate threat. The space between waves where prey counts ammunition and predators count casualties, and winter calculates whether patience or pressure serves better. How many left? Too many. Aaron moves to the window, peers out through gap between boards, counts shadows that might be trees or might be wolves waiting for the next opportunity. The next weakness, the next mistake that warm things make when warm things run out of choices. 5, maybe 6. Enough. Enough to finish what winter started. Enough to prove that shelter is temporary, that ammunition runs out, that hope is just another word for delayed disappointment. But not yet. Not while 13 bullets remain. Not while 2 people remember how to make winter wait, how to make teeth pay for every inch of ground, every breath, every heartbeat counted in the space between trigger pulls. The Alpha appears again. At the edge of the clearing where trees meet snow, meet the mathematics of survival, it studies the blind, studies the bodies of its pack scattered in white that accepts everything. Studies the cost of underestimating prey that remembers how to bite back. It turns and disappears into trees. Where is it going? To get the others. What others? The rest of the pack. Aaron checks his ammunition again. 13 bullets. Not enough for the rest of the pack. Not enough for winter's final lesson. Not enough for anything except making the ending count. We cannot stay here. Where can we go? Away from here. Before they return with numbers that bullets cannot answer. They gather their packs, leave the dead wolves for winter to claim, leave the blind that bought them time measured in heartbeats, leave everything except the hope that 13 bullets and 2 people might find a way to make winter wait a little longer. Outside, the snow continues falling. Always the snow continues falling. Covering tracks, covering hope, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn to run again. Behind them, the forest grows quiet, patient, full of eyes that watch and count and calculate the mathematics of pursuit, the arithmetic of hunger, the algebra of survival in a world where winter makes the rules, and breaking them means becoming something that feeds the wolves. Chapter 6. Ruins of Civilization. The town appears through trees like a memory that winter tried to erase. Buildings stand at angles that gravity never intended. Roofs collapsed under snow that learned to stay. Windows dark as the space where hope used to live before hope became rationed. Aaron and Ylva approach from the north, moving slow, watching for signs that something else claimed the ruins first. That winter made the empty places home for things that hunt in darkness. That survival is just another word for delayed disappointment. 2,000 people lived here once, before the cold came, before winter learned to stay. Before civilization discovered that warmth was temporary and cold was patient, and patience always wins eventually. Now the silence holds weight, the kind of weight that comes from voices that stopped speaking, from doors that stopped opening, from the accumulated mass of everything that used to matter before the world learned to be different. Movement. Where? Main Street. Between the pharmacy and what used to be a diner. Aaron squints through falling snow, sees shadows that might be wind-blown debris or might be something that remembers when humans were prey, when warm things gathered in groups larger than 2, when safety was something other than ammunition counted in single digits. People. How many? 3, maybe 4. Survivors or something else. Ylva chambers around in her rifle. The sound echoes between empty buildings like a prayer that winter forgot to answer. Like hope making noise in places where hope learned to whisper. We find out. They move into the town proper, past houses where families used to wake up warm, past driveways where cars sat under snow that accumulated for 2 years, past mailboxes that still wait for letters from a world that stopped writing. The main street stretches before them like a question that has no good answers, storefronts with doors that hang open, windows that frame darkness instead of light. The skeleton of commerce picked clean by scavengers and time and winter's patient appetite. Aaron's shoulder aches where old injury meets new strain. 13 bullets left in his pack, 2 in the chamber. 15 chances to make winter pause, to make other survivors negotiate instead of take, to buy time measured in moments between trigger pulls. The pharmacy draws them first. Glass doors intact but unlocked. Inside, the shelves are picked over but not empty. Bottles of medicine that someone thought they might need later, bandages still in packages, antiseptic that remembers what it was made for. Ylva moves through the aisles like someone who knows what to look for. What will keep infection from turning small wounds into death sentences? What will make pain manageable when pain becomes the only constant? Aaron watches the street through windows that frame winter like portraits of everything that went wrong. The other survivors have not shown themselves again, but that means nothing. In winter, showing yourself first means dying first. Means becoming something that feeds the patient hunger that waits between buildings. Antibiotics. Aaron turns. Ylva holds up a bottle, half full. Expiration date from before the world ended, but medicine is medicine, and winter does not care about dates printed on labels. Pain relievers too. Bandages, antiseptic. She fills her pack with survival measured in milligrams, in chemical solutions to problems that bullets cannot solve. In the small victories that make the difference between infection and healing, between dying slow and dying fast. Outside, something moves. Not wind, not snow. Something that remembers how to be quiet when quiet means staying alive. How to watch without being seen. How to count bullets while others count heartbeats. We need to go. Aaron helps her finish gathering supplies, medicine that might matter, bandages that might stop red from becoming rivers, tools that might keep warm things warm when winter wants them cold. They leave through the back door into an alley where garbage cans stand like monuments to abundance that nobody remembers, where dumpsters hold snow instead of waste, where civilization's detritus waits under white that covers everything equally. The general store squats across the street like a promise that commerce might matter again someday, like hope built from brick and mortar and the belief that people will always need things that other people sell. Inside, the shelves tell stories, canned goods taken but not all. Batteries gone, flashlights gone, ammunition gone first and fastest. The hierarchy of need written in empty spaces where essentials used to wait for customers who stopped coming. Aaron finds food, canned meat, vegetables preserved in solutions that remember what fresh used to taste like, enough for 3 days if they ration, 4 days if they accept hunger as another fact that must be endured. Behind them, glass breaks. Not an accident, not wind, not anything innocent. The sound of entry where entry was not invited, of taking what belongs to someone else, of winter teaching its lessons about ownership and possession and the illusion that finders means keepers. Multiple voices now, low, urgent. The sound of people who learn to whisper when whispering means staying hidden, when noise attracts attention from things that hunt by sound, supplies here, tracks in the snow, fresh tracks. Aaron and Ylva freeze, between aisles that hold emptiness instead of abundance, between choices that all lead to confrontation or retreat, between the mathematics of 15 bullets divided by unknown numbers of other survivors who learned the same lessons about winter and want the same things for the same reasons. How many? Ylva holds up 3 fingers, then 4, then shrugs. Numbers matter, but not as much as intent. Not as much as whether the voices belong to people who still remember how to share, or people who learn that taking is easier than asking. Somebody's been through here recently, might still be close. The voices move deeper into the store, toward the back where survival supplies wait for whoever finds them first, where food becomes currency and ammunition becomes law, and medicine becomes the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that winter claims. Aaron counts his bullets again. 15 chances to negotiate or fight or run. 15 opportunities to prove that warm things remember how to bite back. 15 answers to questions that nobody wants to ask. We go. Out the back. Through doors that lead to alley where snow covers everything equally. Where footprints tell stories about who went where and when and why. Where winter reads the book that every step writes in white that remembers everything. But the alley is not empty. 2 more survivors wait by the dumpsters. A man and a woman dressed in layers that speak of preparation, of understanding winter's rules before winter made them clear. They hold weapons with familiarity that comes from using them, often, going somewhere. The man's voice carries weight, authority, the kind that comes from being the one who makes decisions when decisions mean the difference between group survival and individual death. When leadership is measured in who stays alive longest. Aaron keeps his gun low but ready. 15 bullets against 4 people with weapons and experience and the desperate mathematics of scarcity. Numbers that winter likes. Odds that favor the patient and the prepared. Just passing through. No such thing anymore. The woman speaks now, her voice carries different weight. Hunger. The kind that comes from taking what belongs to others because taking is easier than finding. Because winter teaches that there is not enough for everyone and everyone knows it. Everything belongs to someone. Question is who gets to keep it. Ylva shifts position, her rifle ready but not aimed, yet. The space between negotiation and violence measured in seconds, in heartbeats, in the small calculations that determine whether you see another sunrise or become something that feeds the ruins. We do not want trouble. Trouble wants you. The truth hangs in the air between them like everything else they cannot change. Like winter, like hunger, like the way hope feels when hope runs out, and desperation makes the rules that civilization used to make. What do you want? Your supplies, your weapons, your warm clothes. Aaron studies their faces, studies the lines that winter carved around their eyes, studies the way hope looks when hope becomes something that must be taken from others. When sharing means dying, and dying means everything, and if we say no, then you say yes anyway. The mathematics are simple, brutal, absolute, 4 against 2, experience against luck, preparation against desperation. Winter's final lesson about ownership and possession and the illusion that might does not make right. But winter also teaches patience. Aaron and Ylva have learned patience. Have learned to count heartbeats and measure breathing and watch for the small signs that reveal when violence becomes inevitable, when negotiation ends and survival begins. The moment arrives without announcement. The man moves first, raising his weapon toward Aaron's chest, toward the space where heart meets hope meets the end of everything that matters. But movement takes time, and time is what Aaron has been counting. He fires twice. Center mass. Cannot miss at this range, cannot afford to wound when wounding means dying. The man stumbles backward into snow that accepts everything winter offers. Gone. 13 bullets left. Ylva's rifle speaks. Once. The woman spins sideways into the dumpster where she slides down, leaving red marks on metal that has seen red marks before. Also gone. The other 2 survivors disappear, into buildings, into alleys. Into the spaces between civilization where winter teaches its lessons about courage and cowardice, and the difference between fighting and running, when running means staying alive. Aaron checks the man's pockets, finds ammunition, food, medicine, the currency of survival freely given by someone who no longer needs currency, who learned winter's final lesson about possession and ownership. We take what we need, all of it. No. What we need. The distinction matters. Taking everything means becoming the thing they just fought. Taking what they need means staying human when human becomes harder than animal. When winter offers easier choices that lead to harder endings. They gather supplies, food for a week, ammunition for emergencies, medicine for wounds that have not happened yet. The mathematics of survival, written in brass and bandages and cans, that remember what abundance used to mean. Behind them, the town settles back into silence. The kind of silence that comes from voices that stopped speaking. from doors that stopped opening, from the accumulated weight of everything that used to matter before winter made new rules about what matters. Aaron's shoulder throbs where old injury meets new strain. 13 bullets left, plus what they took from people who no longer need bullets. Plus the growing certainty that winter has more lessons to teach, and all of them end the same way. But not today. Today they have supplies. Today they have ammunition. Today they have each other, and the hope that tomorrow might offer choices other than take or be taken. Fight or be fought. Survive or become something that feeds the ruins of civilization. Outside, the snow continues falling. Always the snow continues falling. Covering tracks, covering hope, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn that civilization was just another word for temporary shelter from winter's patient hunger. Chapter 7. Whispered Warnings. Back at the cabin that was shelter before shelter became memory, before winter taught its lessons about possession and territory and the illusion that walls mean safety. Aaron and Ylva sort their gathered supplies on the floor, where firelight makes shadows dance like everything that might be watching from outside. Medicine in one pile, ammunition in another, food enough for 10 days if they ration, 12 days if they accept hunger as another fact to be endured. The mathematics of survival spread across wooden planks that remember when warmth was something other than firelight and hope. Aaron's shoulder burns where old muscle meets new strain, where the weight of survival measures itself in pain that becomes background noise. Like cold, like hunger, like the way fear tastes when fear becomes the only reliable constant. Ylva examines the medicine bottles with hands that know their purpose, that understand the difference between infection and healing, between dying slow and dying fast, between wounds that mend and wounds that become something winter feeds on. These antibiotics are old. How old? Old enough to matter, not old enough to worry about. She sets aside pills in quantities that speak of experience, of understanding that medicine is rationed now, that health is temporary, and sickness is patient, and patience always wins when warm things run out of choices. The wolves outside have been quiet since they returned. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that comes from watching and learning and counting the mistakes that prey makes when prey thinks it has won something. They are planning. Aaron moves to the window, lifts the board that separates inside from everything else, peers out at snow that covers tracks and hope and the evidence of everything that happened in town where civilization used to live. Planning what? An assault. Coordinated. Using what they learned from watching us fight. The truth sits between them like everything they cannot change, like winter, like the mathematics of bullets divided by wolves, like the growing certainty that evolution never stops just because humanity wants it to. How do you know? Because I know wolves. Ylva's voice carries weight that comes from somewhere deeper than knowledge, somewhere older than experience, from the place where understanding lives when understanding costs more than learning should cost. Aaron studies her face in the firelight, studies the scars that cross her left eye, studies the way she holds her head like something listening for sounds only she can hear. Like something that remembers when the world was different but not necessarily better. What are you? The question hangs in the air like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and disappears into cold that waits for all warm things to surrender their secrets. I told you, someone who understands wolves. That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters. Outside something howls, not close. Not far. The sound of communication that should not exist in animals that remember when humans were apex predators. When warm things made the rules and cold things followed them, they are calling the others. What others? The rest of the pack, the ones we have not seen yet. Aaron checks his ammunition again. 13 bullets in his pack, 2 in the chamber, plus what they took from the survivors who learned winter's final lesson about taking and being taken, 23 bullets total, still not enough. How many others? Enough. The word sits between them like winter itself, like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away, like the patient mathematics of hunger divided by hope and multiplied by time that runs out. Ylva moves to her hidden cache behind the fireplace, removes items that speak of preparation, of understanding that survival requires tools that civilization never taught anyone to use. Rope, knives, things that cut and hold and remember what they were made for. We set traps. Where? Around the cabin, in the places where they will come, where winter funnels them toward doors and windows and the spaces between safety and everything else. The work begins without discussion. Two people who understand that talking is energy and energy is rationed now. That survival is action, and action is the difference between seeing another sunrise and becoming something that feeds the patient hunger outside. Aaron digs pits in snow that accepts everything, that swallows effort and hope, and the small illusions that preparation means control. The ground beneath is frozen, hard as winter itself. But tools remember what they were made for, and persistence counts for more than strength when strength runs out. Ylva weaves snares from rope that remembers how to hold, how to catch, how to turn movement into stillness, into the space between running and being caught, between freedom and everything that waits for freedom to make mistakes. The traps take shape around the cabin like prayers that winter might answer, like hope built from rope and steel, and the desperate mathematics of two people who understand that 23 bullets will not be enough for what winter has planned. Behind them, the fire burns low. Always the fire burns low. Always warmth requires feeding. Always the choice between heat and light becomes the choice between comfort and seeing what approaches through darkness that remembers when humans were afraid. How long until they come? Soon. Tonight, before dawn, when darkness serves them better than us, when cold makes our fingers numb and their hunger sharp. Aaron adds wood to the fire. Not much, just enough to keep the flames alive without creating light that shows through windows. Without announcing that warm things wait inside for cold things to test the strength of walls and hope, and 23 bullets divided by unknown numbers. The howling starts again. Closer now, multiple voices weaving together into something that sounds like language, like communication, like intelligence that learns from experience and applies lessons to new situations. They are coordinating. Yes, like a military unit, better than a military unit. They do not second-guess their orders. The truth hangs between them, like everything else that cannot be changed, like winter. Like the way evolution works, when evolution has time and pressure and the kind of motivation that comes from empty bellies and endless cold. Aaron positions himself at the front window, where he can watch approaches from the north, where 23 bullets might buy time measured in heartbeats, where hope meets mathematics and usually loses. Ylva takes the back, her rifle ready, her movements sure and practiced. The way someone moves, when movement has meant the difference between survival and becoming food for things that hunt in darkness. They wait. Outside, the wind picks up. Always the wind picks up. Winter's way of covering sounds that might warn prey, of masking approaches that might otherwise be heard, of reminding the world that patience and cold make rules that warm things follow. Movement in the trees. Multiple shadows flowing like water between trunks that stand like monuments to everything that died when winter learned to stay. Like markers for the boundary between civilization and everything that civilization pretended did not exist. Aaron counts shapes that might be wolves or might be trees swaying in wind that brings news from places where winter keeps its secrets, where mutation teaches new lessons about survival and adaptation and the cost of being too successful for your own good. 8, maybe 10, too many. But they will come in waves. Test our defenses, learn our capabilities, probe for weaknesses before committing to full assault. The military terminology sits strangely in air that smells of wood smoke and fear, and the accumulated weight of everything that has gone wrong since winter learned to make rules instead of follow them. How do you know so much about tactics? Experience. What kind of experience? The kind that keeps you alive when staying alive becomes work. Erin studies her profile in the firelight. Studies the way shadows play across scars that tell stories about survival and cost and the price of understanding things that civilization never wanted to name. The first wolf appears at the edge of effective range, testing, watching, learning the geometry of approach and retreat, the mathematics of cover and concealment, the physics of bullets and distance, and the way fear affects accuracy when accuracy means everything. It disappears before Erin can aim. They are learning our range, learning our timing, our response patterns, everything the military training teaches about knowing your enemy. But we are learning them too. What are we learning? That they are smart enough to be dangerous, smart enough to plan, smart enough to understand that 23 bullets cannot answer infinite patience. The truth settles over them like winter itself, like the growing certainty that survival is mathematics, and mathematics rarely favors the outnumbered, the undersupplied, the warm things that count bullets while cold things count time. But mathematics is not everything. Outside the pack settles into position, patient shadows in patient snow under patient stars that remember when Earth was warm, when hope was something other than ammunition and medicine and the space between one heartbeat and the next. The assault will come before dawn, when darkness serves teeth better than guns, when cold serves patience better than desperation. When winter teaches its final lesson about territory and possession and the illusion that walls mean anything to hunger that has learned to think. But not yet. For now there is firelight and warmth and the small space where two people count their remaining chances and find them fewer than hoped but more than despair. Where hope is rationed but not exhausted. Where winter waits but has not yet won. Chapter 8. Night of Shadows. Darkness falls like a judgment that winter waited 2 years to deliver. Like the final answer to questions that warm things stopped asking when asking became dangerous. Erin watches through gaps in boards that separate inside from everything else. Everything that waits. Everything that counts heartbeats and measures breath and calculates the mathematics of patience divided by desperation. The fire burns lower now. Barely flames. Just embers that remember what heat used to mean before heat became a luxury that announces location to things that hunt by warmth, by light, by the small signatures that life leaves in places where death has learned to be patient. Ylva moves through the cabin like Shadow herself, checking windows, testing locks, examining the places where walls meet hope, and hope meets the growing certainty that walls are temporary and hope is rationed and patience always wins when warm things run out of time. They are moving. Where? Everywhere. Erin sees them now, shapes flowing between trees like water, finding cracks in stone, like winter finding spaces where warmth used to live. Coordinated movement, planned approach, the kind of tactics that evolution teaches when evolution has time and pressure and empty bellies to motivate learning. How many? More than we can count, more than we can fight. But they have to come through the traps, through rope and steel and the small spaces where preparation meets desperation, where 23 bullets might make winter pause long enough for hope to find new answers to old problems. The first wolf reaches the perimeter. Erin watches it test the ground where snow covers rope that remembers how to catch, how to hold, how to turn movement into stillness. The wolf steps careful, deliberate, testing each footfall like something that understands consequences. It avoids the trap. They learn fast, too fast. The wolf signals to others, not howls, something quieter, something that sounds like communication between intelligence that should not exist in things with 4 legs and teeth, and the patient hunger that waits for warm things to make mistakes. More wolves approach, each one testing different angles, different approaches, probing the defensive perimeter like water probing a dam for weaknesses, for cracks, for the small spaces where pressure finds release and everything held back comes flooding through. Aaron checks his rifle. 23 bullets. Not enough for a siege. Not enough for what Winter has planned, but enough to make the dying count. To teach Winter that warm things remember how to bite back even when biting back means dying in the process. Second wolf attempts the eastern approach, where Ylva sets snares between trees that stand like monuments to everything that died when the world learned to be cold. This wolf is smaller, faster, more willing to test the spaces where caution meets necessity. The snare catches its hind leg, rope tightens, holds. The wolf spins and thrashes and makes sounds that cut through darkness like everything that remembers pain, like everything that understands that freedom is temporary, and capture is patient, and patience always wins. The pack abandons stealth. They rush the cabin from multiple directions, shadows flowing across snow that accepts everything winter offers, teeth and claws and the accumulated hunger of things that learn to hunt in coordination, that learn to think before attacking, that learned patience costs less than speed. Aaron fires through the window. Once, twice. Muzzle flash lighting up targets that move like smoke between heartbeats, like hope between trigger pulls. The first shot misses. The second catches a wolf center mass and spins it sideways into snow that has seen red before. 21 bullets left. Ylva's rifle barks from the back window. Methodical. Precise. Each shot buying time measured in moments between breathing and not breathing. Between wolves dead and wolves still coming. Between mathematics that favor the prepared and reality that favors the numerous. Claws scrape against the front door, against wood that remembers what it was built for, against barriers that separate warm things from cold things, and hope from the growing certainty that hope runs out when ammunition runs out. Something hits the roof. Hard. Testing the strength of boards that have held winter out for 2 years. That have kept warm things warm when warmth became work. When shelter became the difference between survival and becoming something that feeds the patient hunger outside. They are on the roof. Aaron aims upward, toward sounds that speak of weight and movement and intelligence that understands that prey expects attack from ground level. That understands surprise comes from directions that desperation does not anticipate. Wood splinters above his head. Claws finding purchase. Finding weaknesses in construction that was never meant to withstand siege by things that learned to think before attacking. That learned coordination costs less than individual courage. Aaron fires through the ceiling, 3 shots in rapid succession. Wood chips and plaster fall like snow that brings news from places where winter keeps its secrets. Above them, something heavy hits the roof and rolls. Goes still. 18 bullets left. More claws on wood. More testing of barriers that separate inside from everything else. The door shudders under impacts that speak of weight and determination, and the kind of hunger that makes patience cost less than waiting. The first board on the front window cracks, splits, allows winter inside through gaps that grow wider with each impact, with each test of strength against need, of preparation against the accumulated weight of everything that wants what warm things have. A claw reaches through the gap, probing, searching, looking for the angle that lets teeth follow claws, follow the patient mathematics of hunger that has learned to think. Aaron puts his gun to the gap. Point-blank range. Cannot miss at point-blank range. Cannot afford to wound when wounding means dying. The gunshot echoes in the small space like thunder, like judgment, like everything that refuses to surrender quietly. 17 bullets left. Behind them, something crashes through the kitchen window. Glass and wood and the sudden introduction of winter into spaces where winter was not invited, where warmth tried to make rules that cold things ignore. Ylva spins. her rifle tracking movement that flows like water across floor, that was never meant to support things with teeth and claws and the kind of intelligence that learns from watching others die. She fires. Once. The wolf stumbles but does not fall, does not stop. Blood streams from its shoulder where lead found meat, but meat continues moving when moving means survival, when stopping means becoming something that feeds other predators. The wounded wolf leaps, covers distance between window and warmth in bounds that eat space, that close gaps between hunter and prey, between teeth and everything that teeth want to taste. Aaron turns, fires, center mass, cannot miss when missing means watching Winter claim everything that matters. The wolf spins in midair, hits the floor hard, tries to rise and falls again, goes still and spreading red that wooden planks accept without judgment. 16 bullets left. Outside the howling starts again. Not communication now. Something else. Something that sounds like mourning, like the accumulated grief of things that learn to care about pack members while learning to hunt pack prey. They are retreating. For now. Why? Because they learned what they came to learn. What did they learn? That we fight back, that bullets still work, that warm things remember how to make cold things bleed. Aaron checks the traps through windows that frame Winter like portraits of everything that went wrong. 2 wolves caught in snares, 1 dead from rifle shots, 1 dead from falling off the roof, 4 casualties from a pack that started with numbers they could not count. But the lesson cost more than bullets. It cost anonymity, cost the illusion that they could hide from Winter's attention. Cost the belief that walls mean safety when safety becomes relative and relative becomes academic, when Winter decides to teach new lessons about territory and possession. They know our capabilities now, our weapons, our positions, our resolve. They know we will fight, but they also know we cannot fight forever. That bullets run out, that warm things tire, that 16 bullets cannot answer infinite patience backed by intelligence that learns from experience. Aaron examines the dead wolf in the kitchen. Up close, the mutations are more visible. Bone plates beneath patchy fur, muscle mass that exceeds normal parameters, eyes that reflect light even in death, intelligence that should not exist in animals that remember when humans made the rules. This is not natural evolution. Ylva kneels beside the corpse. Her hands move over bone plates that protrude through skin like armor that grew from inside out, like protection that cost more than protection should cost. Her face shows recognition, understanding, the kind that comes from seeing similar things before. What made them this way? She does not answer immediately, studies the bone structure, the muscle development, the way mutation carved new purposes from old forms, the way Winter teaches lessons about adaptation and survival and the price of being too successful for your own good, something that wanted soldiers. Aaron waits for more, for explanation that makes sense of teeth and intelligence and coordination that should not exist in pack animals that learn to think tactically. That learned patience costs less than speed. What kind of soldiers? The kind that do not question orders, that do not retreat, that do not stop hunting until prey stops breathing. The truth sits between them like everything they cannot change. Like Winter. Like the mathematics of 16 bullets divided by unknown numbers of enemies that learn from watching others die. Outside the pack settles back into patient waiting. The kind of waiting that comes from understanding that siege is more effective than assault. That time serves hunters better than urgency. That 16 bullets cannot answer infinite patience backed by intelligence that never gets tired. They will be back. When? Tomorrow night. With more of them. With better tactics. With everything they learned from watching us fight. Aaron moves to the front window. Peers through gaps where boards meet hope, and hope meets the growing certainty that hope runs out when ammunition runs out. Snow falls heavier now, covering tracks, covering evidence, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn that hiding is temporary. We cannot stay here. This is my home. Home is where you do not die. This is where we die if we stay. The logic is brutal, simple, absolute. 16 bullets cannot defend against numbers that grow instead of shrink, cannot hold walls that winter wants to claim, cannot protect warmth that cold things want to extinguish. Where do we go? Away from here. Before they bring the rest of the pack, before winter teaches its final lesson about territory and possession and the illusion that walls mean safety, Ylva studies the dead wolf with hands that know their purpose, that understand anatomy and mutation and the way evolution works, when evolution has help from sources that remember when humans were dangerous. We take this with us. Why? Evidence. Proof. Something that explains what we are fighting. She begins cutting, removing bone plates that protrude like armor, like protection that grew from inside out. Like everything that winter teaches about adaptation and survival, and the cost of being too successful for your own good. Aaron gathers their supplies, medicine that might matter, ammunition that will matter, food enough for the journey to somewhere else. Somewhere that winter has not claimed for purposes that involve teeth and intelligence and the patient mathematics of hunger. The bone plates are heavy, dense, structured like armor that was designed instead of evolved, like protection that someone planned instead of something that natural selection discovered through trial and error and the accumulated failures of things that did not adapt fast enough. Who would do this? Someone who needed soldiers that do not question orders, that do not retreat, that do not stop hunting until prey stops breathing. But who? Someone who understood that winter was coming, that civilization would fall, that survivors would need enemies that could think tactically while remaining loyal to whoever made them this way. The implications hang in the air like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and disappears into cold that waits for warm things to understand that the apocalypse was not accident, was not natural disaster, was not random catastrophe that happened to coincide with mutations that create perfect predators. Someone planned this. Yes, someone wanted civilization to fall. Yes, someone wanted survivors to face enemies that could think. Aaron helps her pack the bone samples, evidence of intelligence that was grafted onto instinct, of purpose that was designed onto hunger. Of everything that winter teaches about preparation and planning and the difference between random catastrophe and systematic elimination. Why? That is the question that matters. That explains the wolves and the mutations and the way winter came and stayed and changed everything that used to make sense. That explains why the cold never stops and the storms never end, and hope is rationed like ammunition. Outside the pack begins to howl again, not communication now. Something else, something that sounds like summoning, like calling to others who wait in places where winter keeps its secrets, where mutation teaches new lessons about loyalty and obedience and the cost of questioning orders. They are calling for reinforcements. How many reinforcements? Enough. The word sits between them, like winter itself, like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away. Like the growing certainty that 16 bullets cannot answer questions that involve systematic elimination of human survivors. We go now. Where? Away from here, away from the pack, away from whatever designed them to hunt in coordination while remaining loyal to purposes that warm things are not supposed to understand. They gather their packs, leave the cabin that was shelter before shelter became memory, leave the fire that was warmth before warmth became luxury. Leave everything except hope, measured in bullets and medicine, and the small chance that somewhere else might offer answers to questions that involve who and why, and what comes next. Outside, the snow continues falling. Always the snow continues falling, covering tracks, covering hope, covering everything that warm things leave behind when warm things learn that winter has rules, and breaking them means becoming something that feeds intelligence that was designed to hunt. Behind them, the howling grows louder. More voices joining the chorus that rises through trees, like everything that remembers when humans were dangerous. Like everything that waits for orders to begin the final hunt. Chapter 9. Bitter Bargains. The hermit's shack squats between territories like a question that no one wants to answer. Smoke rises from its chimney in patterns that speak of life, of warmth, of someone who learned to survive alone when surviving together became impossible. Aaron and Ylva approach through trees that stand like witnesses to everything that went wrong when winter learned to stay. 2 days walking from the cabin that was home before home became memory. 2 days carrying evidence of mutation and intelligence and the growing certainty that the apocalypse was designed instead of accidental. That someone wanted civilization to fall and survivors to face enemies that could think tactically. The hermit watches them approach from a window that frames his face like a portrait of suspicion, like mistrust earned through experience, through watching strangers arrive with needs that become demands that become violence when bargaining fails. His name is Grayson. They learn this when he opens the door with a shotgun in his hands and questions in his eyes, and the kind of caution that keeps people alive when staying alive becomes work. What do you want? Trade. What do you have? Aaron shows him medicine bottles, bandages, antiseptic that remembers what it was made for, the currency of survival in a world where infection means death, and death means becoming something that feeds the things that hunt in winter. What do you want? Information. Supplies. Safe passage through your territory. Grayson studies them with eyes that have seen too much, that have learned to calculate the cost of trust against the price of isolation, that understand bargaining is survival when survival means making choices that all lead to endings no one wants. He is old, 60 maybe, 70, old enough to remember when the world was warm, when hope was something other than ammunition counted in single digits. When winter followed rules that made sense to people who believed in seasons. His left eye is gone, missing, replaced by scar tissue that speaks of violence and healing, and the kind of experience that teaches lessons about the cost of not being careful enough, about the price of trusting the wrong people at the wrong time. Come inside. The shack is larger than it appears from outside. 3 rooms connected by doorways that frame darkness instead of light. Shelves line the walls, supplies organized with precision that speaks of understanding, of knowing that preparation matters more than luck when luck runs out. Canned goods, ammunition, tools, batteries wrapped in plastic that still remembers how to keep things dry. The accumulation of someone who understood that winter would last longer than anyone expected. That hope is rationed, and rationing requires discipline. Aaron shows him the bone plates. Evidence of mutation and intelligence and design that explains why the wolves hunt in coordination, why they learn from experience, why they remember tactics and apply lessons to new situations. Grayson examines the samples with hands that know their purpose, that understand anatomy and structure, and the difference between evolution and engineering. His remaining eye reflects knowledge that costs more than learning should cost. Where did you get these? From wolves that attacked our cabin. Wolves that think tactically, that coordinate, that learn from watching others die. He sets the bone plates on a table where firelight makes shadows dance like everything that might be watching from corners where darkness gathers, where secrets wait for light to reveal them, or darkness to keep them hidden. I have seen these before. Where? Other travelers, other survivors, people who fought things that should not exist but exist anyway, people who asked questions that have no good answers. What questions? Who made them? Why? What comes next when the pack grows large enough to systematically eliminate every warm thing that remembers when humans made the rules? Aaron and Ylva exchange glances. Recognition. Understanding. The way 2 people look at each other when pieces of a puzzle click into place and reveal a picture that explains everything and makes nothing better. You know something. Grayson moves to a cabinet, opens it with a key that hangs around his neck like hope made metal. Inside are papers, documents, photographs that capture moments from before winter learned to stay, from when civilization believed it was permanent. I know rumors, stories, things that people whisper when they think no one is listening, when they think secrets can stay secret in a world where everything ends badly. He spreads papers on the table, maps, reports, documentation that speaks of planning and preparation, and the kind of foresight that comes from knowing catastrophe is coming because catastrophe was scheduled. What kind of rumors? The kind that explain why winter came and stayed, why the storms never end, why mutations happen in patterns that suggest design instead of randomness. Aaron studies the papers, sees coordinates, dates, references to projects that have names like things that should not be named, like purposes that require secrecy, like everything that explains why survivors face enemies that evolve faster than defense can adapt. Someone wanted this. Yes. Someone planned the apocalypse. Yes. Someone designed the wolves to hunt survivors. Grayson nods. Not agreement. Confirmation. The way someone nods when long-suspected truth finally finds evidence. When theories become facts, and facts become more dangerous than theories ever were. Who? That is the question that costs more than answers are worth. That gets people gone when gone is permanent. That explains why hermits live alone and trust no one and bargain carefully. I do not know names, I know purposes. I know that someone wanted humanity reduced to manageable numbers. Scattered, desperate, easy to control when control becomes necessary. The truth hangs in the air like smoke, like breath, like everything that rises up and refuses to disappear into cold, that waits for warm things to understand that resistance was expected, was planned for, was countered before it began. But you know where to find answers. Maybe. Where? There is a place, north of here, where survivors gather, where people share information and pool resources and try to make sense of everything that stopped making sense when winter learned to stay. How far? 3 days, maybe 4. Through territory that the pack claims. Through woods, where mutation teaches new lessons about adaptation and survival, and the cost of being too successful for your own good. Aaron checks his ammunition. 14 bullets left. Not enough for 3 days of travel through pack territory. Not enough for what winter has planned when winter discovers that survivors know too much about purposes that were supposed to remain secret. What do you want for directions? Safe passage. When the pack comes asking about you, I tell them you went south, toward the abandoned city, away from the place where answers wait. The bargain hangs between them like everything else they cannot change. Like winter, like the mathematics of survival, divided by trust and multiplied by the growing certainty that everyone is making deals with someone, and if they do not believe you, then I become something that feeds the pack. Same as everyone else who makes the wrong choices at the wrong time. Aaron studies Grayson's face, studies the lines that winter carved around his remaining eye, studies the way hope looks when hope is something that must be traded carefully, when trust costs more than isolation. Agreed. The word seals arrangements that both sides know are temporary, that winter will test. That survival will strain until strain becomes breaking, and breaking becomes another lesson about the cost of trusting anyone in a world where everyone wants the same things for the same reasons. Grayson provides maps, supplies, directions to places where survivors gather and share information and try to understand why the world ended and who wanted it to end and what comes next when next arrives, with teeth and intelligence and purposes that were designed in places where warmth used to live. They leave the shack as evening falls like judgment that winter waited all day to deliver. Behind them, smoke continues rising from the chimney in patterns that speak of life and warmth, and someone who believes that isolation is survival when survival becomes mathematics. But Aaron sees shadows in the trees, shapes that move too purposefully to be wind, too coordinated to be random, too patient to be anything except things that learn to watch and wait and count the mistakes that warm things make when warm things believe they have found safety. The pack followed them here. The pack followed them to the hermit who promised safe passage in exchange for misdirection, who agreed to lie to intelligence that learns from experience, that remembers faces and tracks scents and applies lessons to new situations. Behind them, the shack grows smaller. The smoke grows thinner. The distance grows larger between them and the hermit who made bargains with people who cannot keep them, who trusted strangers with secrets that get people gone when gone is forever. In the morning, they will know whether Grayson kept his word, whether misdirection works on intelligence that was designed to be suspicious, whether betrayal is intentional or inevitable when everyone wants to survive and survival requires choices that someone else pays for. But tonight they walk toward answers, through territory that belongs to things that hunt in coordination, toward places where survivors gather and truth waits like everything else that costs more than hope can afford. Behind them, something howls. Not far, close enough to taste, close enough to smell their trail and their fear and their growing certainty that hermits who live alone make deals with everyone and keep faith with no one. Chapter 10. Trail of crimson morning comes gray and thin and full of certainty that hermits who make bargains with strangers also make bargains with things that hunt in coordination. Aaron and Ylva move through forest that remembers everything, that holds scents and tracks and the accumulated evidence of every choice that survival requires. Behind them, smoke no longer rises from Grayson's chimney. The silence where smoke used to be speaks of endings that everyone saw coming but no one wanted to name, of bargains that broke when breaking served someone's purpose better than keeping, of trust that lasted exactly as long as trust serves the things that remember when humans made rules instead of following them. We should go back. Why? To see if he is still alive. He is not alive. How do you know? Because the pack does not leave witnesses. Because hermits who make deals with everyone keep faith with no one. Because winter teaches lessons about the cost of trusting people who live alone for reasons they do not share. Aaron knows she is right, knows the way winter teaches its lessons about betrayal and survival and the mathematics of choosing between someone else's life and your own. But knowing and accepting are different weights, different costs, different kinds of burden that survival requires. They move north, following directions that Grayson provided in exchange for safe passage that lasted exactly one night, toward places where survivors gather and share information and try to make sense of apocalypse that was designed instead of accidental. The forest grows denser, trees standing closer together, branches interlocking like fingers that remember how to hold, how to hide, how to keep secrets that winter wants revealed and survivors want buried. Aaron's shoulder aches where old injury meets new strain, 14 bullets left in his pack, plus ammunition they gathered from the town where civilization learned its final lessons about sharing and taking, and the difference between both when both end the same way. Behind them something follows. Not close. Not far. Patient shadows that move when they move, stop when they stop. Learn from watching prey, navigate terrain that serves hunters better than hunted. They found our trail. Yes. How many? Enough. The word sits between them like winter itself, like everything that cannot be argued with or reasoned away, like the growing certainty that 14 bullets cannot answer questions that involve systematic elimination backed by intelligence that learns from experience. We need to lose them. How? By making them follow something else. Ylva removes a small bottle from her pack, liquid that catches light like everything that remembers purpose, like everything that serves specific functions in situations where function means survival. What is that? Wolf scent. from the one we captured, mixed with other things, things that confuse, that misdirect, that make trails lead to places other than where prey actually went. She applies drops to trees, to rocks, to surfaces that hold scent longer than air, creating false paths that lead away from their actual direction, away from the place where survivors gather and answers wait like everything else that costs more than hope can afford. Will it work? For a while. Until they realize the deception. Until intelligence that was designed to be suspicious applies lessons about misdirection to new situations. They continue north. Through territory that belongs to things that hunt in coordination. Past markers that speak of boundaries and possession and the kind of ownership that comes from being able to defend what you claim. Old blazes on trees, scratches that might be claws or might be tools, signs that survivors passed this way before, that people walk this path toward answers or away from questions, or toward endings that seemed better than alternatives. Aaron finds the first body after noon, frozen, partially eaten, scattered in pieces that speak of feeding and waste, and the way hunger works when hunger has time and patience and prey that cannot run fast enough to matter. Human. Recent. How recent? Days. Maybe a week. Ylva examines the remains with hands that know their purpose, that understand anatomy and decay and the way winter preserves evidence of everything that used to matter before mattering became academic. Claw marks, 4 deep gouges, the signature that mutation leaves on everything it touches, everything it claims, everything it processes according to purposes that were designed in places where warmth used to live. They killed him here. Why here? Because this is where he stopped running, where exhaustion met desperation, met the mathematics of 14 bullets divided by unknown numbers of hunters that never get tired. Aaron studies the scene, the way the body fell, the direction of the wounds, the pattern of consumption that speaks of intelligence, that understands how to feed efficiently, how to waste nothing, how to process prey according to protocols that serve purposes beyond simple hunger. He was running toward the survivor camp, yes, with information, maybe, information that someone did not want shared, knowledge that costs more than learning should cost. Understanding that gets people gone when gone serves purposes that were designed to eliminate questions before questions find answers. They search the remains, find nothing, no papers, no evidence, no proof of what the dead man knew or why knowledge made him dangerous enough to hunt through forest that remembers everything. But absence is evidence too. Absence speaks of thoroughness, of understanding that survivors who reach camps share information and pooled knowledge serves resistance better than individual ignorance. We are close. To what? To answers, to the camp, to whatever explains why winter came and stayed and changed everything that used to make sense. Aaron checks his ammunition again. 14 bullets. Not enough for what waits ahead. Not enough for what follows behind. Not enough for anything except making the dying count when dying becomes inevitable. Behind them, a howl rises. Not far. Closer than before. The sound of communication that should not exist in animals that remember when humans were apex predators, when warm things made rules and cold things followed them. They found the real trail. How long until they catch up? Soon. They run. Not fast. Fast means noise, and noise means attracting everything else that winter made hungry. But steady. Sure-footed. The way 2 people run when running is the difference between reaching answers and becoming something that feeds intelligence designed to eliminate questions. The forest opens ahead, trees growing farther apart, light filtering through canopy that remembers when seasons changed instead of staying locked in winter that never ends, in cold that never breaks, in storms that never stop teaching lessons about adaptation and survival. Through the trees, Aaron sees structures, buildings, walls that speak of preparation and defense and kind of organization that comes from understanding that survival requires more than individual effort, that requires coordination, planning, the pooling of resources and knowledge and hope, the survivor camp, finally. But between them and answers lies open ground, exposed space where hunters see prey silhouetted against snow, where 14 bullets must buy passage across terrain that offers no cover, no concealment, no protection except speed and luck, and the hope that walls mean safety when safety becomes relative. Behind them, the pack breaks from cover. 5 wolves moving coordinated, professional, using terrain and timing and tactics that evolution teaches when evolution has help from sources that remember when humans were dangerous. Aaron counts the distance. 200 meters to the walls, 50 meters to the tree line. Mathematics that favor the prepared and the numerous over the desperate and the few. They run toward answers, through snow that accepts everything winter offers, toward walls that might mean safety or might mean trap, toward whatever waits beyond explanations and understanding, and the growing certainty that someone designed the apocalypse, and survivors were never supposed to reach places where questions find answers. Behind them, winter follows, patient, hungry, full of teeth and intelligence and purposes that were planned in places where warmth used to live before learning to serve cold that never forgives mistakes. Chapter 11. Forged in fire. The metal screams when Aaron bends it. Ylva watches from the doorway, rifle across her knees. Steam rises from her breath. From the coffee mug she holds like a prayer, his left shoulder aches where the wolf caught him 3 days back. The wound has closed, but the muscle protests every movement, every twist of metal, every reminder that healing takes time the world rarely grants. The pipe came from the abandoned house 3 doors down. The one with the caved-in roof and the family pictures still hanging crooked on the walls. Aaron strips wire from the same place. Copper wire that once carried voices and now carries nothing but rust. Strip the wire, bend the pipe. The improvised spear takes shape in his hands. His fingers work despite the cold, despite the way they shake when he thinks too hard about what comes next. You make weapons from what the world leaves behind, from what the world throws away. The world threw away most everything. Ylva sets down her mug and moves to the window, peers through the gap between boards. Her ears twitch, always listening, always waiting. The plan is simple. Simple plans work better than complex ones. Complex plans have too many places to break, too many places for things to go wrong. They will build a fire in the clearing, a big fire, bigger than necessary for warmth. The smoke will rise, and the light will dance, and the wolves will come. Some wolves always come to fires now, not like the old wolves, not like the wolves from before. Aaron tests the spear point against his thumb. A drop of red appears. The metal holds its edge. His shoulder protests the motion, but he ignores it. Pain becomes background noise when survival demands focus. We lure them close. We take them down. We learn what we can. Ylva nods. Her silver eyes reflect the firelight, reflect something else too, something harder to name. The fire burns bright in the clearing. Aaron built it from pine branches and old newspapers. Headlines about elections that no longer matter. Sports scores from games that will never finish. Weather reports that got everything wrong. They wait in the trees, 20 yards from the flames. Aaron grips his new spear with his good arm, favors the wounded shoulder. Ylva sights down her rifle barrel. The wind carries the scent of burning paper and wood smoke and something else, something that makes the hair on his neck stand up. The first wolf appears at the edge of the light. Bigger than any wolf has a right to be. Its fur patchy and wrong. Its eyes too bright, too knowing. Aaron counts heartbeats, counts breaths. The wolf circles the fire, testing, thinking. These wolves think too much. A second wolf emerges from the darkness, then a third. They move like they planned this, like they talked about it beforehand. The third wolf steps into the clearing proper, into the killing zone. Aaron throws the spear hard and true despite his shoulder's protest. The point takes the creature in the shoulder, spins it around, drops it to the snow. The other wolves scatter but not far. They howl from the darkness. Long calls that carry meaning Aaron cannot parse. Ylva fires twice. The rifle cracks like breaking trees. One wolf yelps and goes quiet. They wait. The fire burns lower. The wounded wolf writhes in the snow, makes sounds no wolf should make. Sounds too close to words, but not quite words. Never words. Come on, come back. But the wolves are learning too, learning from their mistakes, learning what works and what does not. The pack retreats, melts back into the forest, takes their lessons with them. Aaron retrieves his spear. The wolf beneath it has gone still. Its eyes reflect the dying fire, reflect nothing at all. 2 down. How many left? Ylva examines the carcass, runs her fingers through the coarse fur. Her face shows nothing but her nostrils flare, taking in scent, reading the chemical story written in flesh and fear. This one is older than the others. Scarred. The scars tell stories about other fights, other survivors who tried to make their stand, who failed. They drag the body back to the cabin, heavy work in the snow. Aaron's shoulder burns with each pull, but he does not stop, cannot stop. The wolves might return for it, might try to retrieve their fallen. That tells them something about pack loyalty, about how these creatures think. The fire in the cabin hearth burns warm. Aaron cleans his spear. Ylva sharpens her knives. They do not speak of what they learned, do not speak of how the wolves moved, how they seemed to plan. Outside, distant howls echo through the trees, closer than before. Angry now, the pack has tasted loss and wants to return the favor. Aaron tests the spear point again, still sharp, still ready. His shoulder throbs but holds. Pain is information, information that tells him he still lives. Still fights. Tomorrow they will build another fire. Try again. Perfect the method. The wolves are learning, but so are they. The question is who learns faster. The wind picks up, shakes the cabin walls, carries the sound of padding feet and heavy breathing. The pack circles in the darkness, waiting for their chance. Ylva loads fresh rounds into her rifle. The sound echoes in the small space. Final. Definitive. Ready when you are. Chapter 12. Fractured memories. Aaron stares at the photograph in his hands. Cracked glass. Bent frame. Faces he once knew looking back from before the world ended. He found it in his pack this morning, forgotten among the spare socks and ammunition. His wife Sarah, his daughter Emma, standing in front of their house, the house with the blue door and the garden Sarah tended like a cathedral. His shoulder aches as he shifts position. The wolf bite from days past reminds him constantly. Reminds him that wounds heal but scars remain, that some damage marks you forever. Ylva watches from across the cabin. She does not ask about the photograph. Does not need to. Loss wears its own uniform, carries its own scent. I had a house once, had a job, had reasons to set an alarm clock. His voice comes out rough, like gravel in a can. He has not spoken of before in months. Years, maybe. Time moves different now. Sarah taught 2nd grade. Emma was learning to read. She would sound out words letter by letter, like breaking a code, like solving a puzzle that mattered. The photograph trembles in his hands. Not from cold this time. Ylva sets down her coffee, moves to the window, her standard position when conversations get heavy. When the weight of what was crashes into what is. I had a family too, once. Her voice carries an accent he cannot place, something northern, something old. She does not turn from the window when she speaks. My grandmother, my brother, others. They lived in the deep woods, far from human towns, far from human problems. Aaron waits. Ylva measures words like ammunition, uses only what she needs. When the cold came, we thought we would survive. We had fur, had knowledge, had each other. A pause. The wind rattles the boards. Aaron adjusts his position and his shoulder protests the movement, always protesting, always reminding. The cold was not the problem. The hunger was the problem. When the deer died and the rabbits died and the lakes froze solid, when there was nothing left to hunt. She turns from the window. Her silver eyes catch the firelight. Hold it. They sent me to find food. Sent me because I was fastest. Strongest. When I came back with empty hands, they were gone. All of them. Just bones in the snow and tracks leading away. Aaron looks down at the photograph, at faces that smiled when the world still made sense, when tomorrow was a promise instead of a threat. The wolves came later. Different wolves then, smaller, more like what wolves used to be. They found the bones, too. Found me standing guard over nothing. She moves away from the window, sits across from Aaron, close enough to see the photograph clearly. That is when I learned. When you have nothing left to protect, you become dangerous in new ways. You become something else. Outside, a branch breaks under the weight of snow, or under the weight of something moving through the trees. They both look toward the sound, hands moving toward weapons without thought, without decision. The sound does not repeat. Aaron folds the photograph, puts it back in his pack. Some burdens travel light. Some burdens travel forever. We should check the perimeter. Ylva nods. They move to the windows, peer through gaps in the boards. The forest stands empty, patient. Nothing moves but the snow falling gentle and constant. A distant howl rises from the trees, long and mournful, almost like singing, but not quite singing, never quite human. They know we are here. Aaron chambers around despite his shoulder's complaint, the sound sharp in the silence. Let them know. Ylva smiles. First time he has seen her smile in days. The expression changes her whole face, makes her look younger, makes her look like someone who remembers joy. The howl comes again, closer now, answered by others from different directions. The pack moves in the darkness, scouts and hunters and things with no names, testing boundaries, learning patterns. Aaron thinks of Sarah, of Emma sounding out words at the kitchen table, of mornings when the biggest problem was traffic or burnt toast or forgetting to pay the electric bill. He thinks of Ylva standing over bones in the snow, waiting for family that would never return, learning to survive when everything worth protecting had already gone. Different losses, same weight. The cabin door rattles, wind or something else. They wait without breathing, without moving, listening to the space between heartbeats. Nothing comes. Ylva checks her rifle. Aaron grips his spear despite the shoulder's protest. They take positions on either side of the door, ready for whatever the darkness sends. But the darkness sends only silence, only the patient sound of snow against glass, against wood, against time itself wearing down to nothing. We should sleep in shifts. Aaron agrees. One watches while the other rests. Standard procedure now. They take turns carrying the weight of staying alive. Ylva takes first watch. Aaron lies down but does not close his eyes. Cannot close them. The photograph burns in his pack like a small fire, like a star that died but forgot to stop shining. His shoulder throbs, regular rhythm that marks time, that counts heartbeats, that reminds him he still breathes despite everything that wants otherwise. Outside, the wolves wait. They have learned patience, learned that time favors the hunter more than the hunted, but sometimes the hunted have nothing left to lose. Sometimes that makes them dangerous in ways the hunters do not expect. Aaron listens to Ylva breathe, to the fire pop and settle, to the wind carry stories from the deep woods. Stories about families who did not survive, about bones in the snow, about the things we become when everything else is taken away. Chapter 13, Storm's Fury. The blizzard comes like the end of the world, like the world ending again. Aaron wakes to the sound of wind that has grown teeth, wind that bites through every gap in the cabin walls, through every crack between boards, the fire gutters low in the hearth, nearly dead. His shoulder protests as he sits up, the old wound complaining about cold, about pressure, about the way weather settles into damaged tissue and makes itself at home. Ylva crouches by the window, her breath fogs the glass. Outside, the world has disappeared into white, pure white. Nothing but snow and wind and the sound of trees breaking under the weight of ice. How long? She does not turn from the window, does not need to see his face to know the question. 3 hours maybe. Maybe more. The storm came fast. Aaron feeds wood to the fire. His movements careful, deliberate. The shoulder allows limited range of motion, limited forgiveness for careless gestures. The flames catch reluctantly. Everything is damp. Everything fights the idea of burning. The smoke curls up the chimney, but some of it leaks back into the room. Makes his eyes water. The cabin groans. Timbers settling under pressure. Snow piling higher against the walls, higher against the roof. Like burial. Like the slow process of being forgotten. Ylva moves away from the window. Sits close to the fire. Close to what warmth they can make. We need to check the supplies. They inventory what they have. Canned food for maybe 4 days. 5 if they eat light. Water is not a problem. Snow melts into water. But melting takes fuel, and fuel runs low, and everything connects to everything else in a chain of need. Aaron counts bullets. 17 rounds for his handgun. 23 for Ylva's rifle. Not enough for a siege. Not enough for what might come when the storm breaks. The wind howls like wolves, like the sound wolves might make if they could speak, if they had words for hunger and cold and the patience of predators. But these wolves do not speak, cannot speak. Think, but do not voice thoughts in human language. Express themselves through action, through blood, through results. Ylva lights a cigarette. The smoke mingles with the wood smoke, creates layers of gray in the air. She does not offer to share, has learned to ration everything, even small comforts. My grandmother used to tell stories about storms like this, storms that lasted weeks, that buried whole villages, that changed the shape of the land. Aaron listens. Ylva's voice carries over the wind, under it, around it. She said the spirits of winter came in the big storms, came to test who deserved to see spring, who had earned the right to continue. The cabin shudders. Something heavy hits the roof, a branch maybe, or a tree, or something else moving in the white. What happened to those who failed the test? Ylva draws deep on her cigarette. The ember glows bright in the dim light. They became part of the storm, part of the winter, part of the hunger that never sleeps. The fire pops, sends sparks up the chimney. Aaron watches the sparks disappear into darkness, into cold that waits to swallow everything warm. His shoulder aches in rhythm with the wind, pain that matches the storm's tempo. That keeps time with disaster unfolding outside their fragile shelter. Outside, the wind changes pitch, becomes something else, something that might be voices, might be words in a language he does not recognize. Ylva hears it too. Her ears prick forward, her nostrils flare, reading the air, reading the message written in scent and sound. They are out there. Aaron knows, can feel them circling in the white, using the storm as cover, as camouflage. The pack has learned new patience, new cunning. They cannot see us, cannot smell us over the wind, but they know. They remember this place. Remember the cabin and the fire and the two who made it home. The storm grows stronger. Snow drives horizontal past the windows, piles higher against the door. The cabin feels smaller with each hour, smaller and more fragile, a bubble of warmth in an ocean of cold. Aaron tries to read, old magazine from before, articles about celebrities who no longer matter, stock prices for companies that no longer exist, weather predictions that got everything wrong. The words blur together, make no sense. Nothing makes sense when the world tries to bury you alive. His shoulder throbs with each page turn. Each small movement, the injury has become barometer, weather predictor, pain that forecasts storms both outside and within. Ylva cleans her rifle, takes it apart piece by piece, oils each component, reassembles it with practiced efficiency. The ritual of maintenance, the ritual of keeping tools sharp in a world that wants to dull everything. We should move the furniture. They push the table against the door, the chairs against the windows. Building barriers, building distance between them and whatever waits in the white. Aaron's shoulder screams with each push, each lift, each reminder that damage accumulates, that healing takes longer than hurting, always longer. The wind screams now, no longer howling, screaming like something in pain, something that wants to share its suffering. Aaron checks the chimney, worried about snow blocking the flue. about smoke backing up into the cabin, about dying from the air they breathe instead of the cold they fight. The flu draws clean. For now. Ylva makes coffee. Weak coffee from grounds used twice already, but hot, but something to wrap cold hands around. Something that tastes like before, like mornings when coffee was comfort instead of necessity. They do not speak of the storm's duration. Do not speak of what happens when the food runs out, when the ammunition runs out, when the wood runs out. They drink coffee and listen to the wind and wait for the white to thin, for the world to remember color again. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular rhythm that marks time, that counts moments between disaster and survival, between continuing and stopping. But the storm has its own schedule, its own reasons. It will end when it chooses, when it decides they have learned whatever lesson winter teaches. Outside, shapes move in the white, maybe. Hard to tell what is wind and what is hunger, what is snow and what is death walking upright. Aaron adds wood to the fire, keeps the flames high, keeps the darkness at bay. His shoulder protests each movement, but he ignores it. Pain is information that tells him he still breathes. The storm will pass, everything passes, even winter, even the end of the world. But first, it must test them, must weigh their will against its fury. Must see what they are made of when everything soft is stripped away. The wind rises higher. The cabin holds. They hold. For now. Chapter 14, Ambush Reversal. The wolf walks into the trap like it owns the place, like traps were made for other creatures, lesser creatures. Aaron watches from the tree line, Ylva beside him, both of them downwind, both of them perfectly still. His shoulder aches from holding position, but he does not move, does not adjust. Movement means discovery. Discovery means failure. The wolf sniffs the bait, frozen rabbit meat from their last hunt, meat they can barely spare. The snare closes around its hind legs, steel wire from the abandoned hardware store. Wire that once held fences together now holds wolves. The creature does not panic, does not fight the wire, sits down in the snow, waits, like it knows something they do not. That is not right. Ylva speaks without moving her lips. Without taking her eyes off the wolf, her rifle tracks its movement. Her finger rests outside the trigger guard. Wolves fight snares, fight anything that holds them. This one waits like it expects rescue. Aaron scans the tree line, looks for movement. For shapes that do not belong. The forest stands empty, patient, giving nothing away. His shoulder throbs, but he maintains position, maintains sight picture. Pain is distraction. Distraction is weakness. Weakness is death in delayed clothing. The wolf turns its head, looks directly at their position. Its eyes reflect the dim light, reflect intelligence, reflect knowledge. It knows we are here. Ylva adjusts her grip on the rifle. The wolf does not look away, does not show fear, shows something else, something that might be amusement. We take it now, before the others come. They move from cover, Aaron with his spear ready despite his shoulder's protest. Ylva with rifle shouldered, the wolf watches their approach, makes no sound, makes no struggle against the wire. 20 feet away, Aaron stops. Something wrong here, something that tastes like metal, like blood before it flows. The wolf makes a sound, not words, never words, but a low rumble from deep in its chest. A sound that carries meaning, that calls across the forest, that says here. Now, come. The answer comes from 3 directions at once, howls from the deep woods. From the ridge above, from the hollow below, the pack converges, the trap becomes something else. We run. They run. Crashing through underbrush, through snow that grabs their ankles, that tries to hold them for what follows. Aaron's shoulder screams with each stride, each jarring impact, each reminder that damaged tissue does not forgive, does not forget, does not heal according to convenient schedules. Behind them the forest erupts. Wolves pour from hiding places, from shadows made solid, from patience turned to action. They run silent, no howling now, no warning, just the soft pad of feet on snow, the whisper of predators doing what they were made to do. Aaron counts footfalls, counts breathing, counts heartbeats that come too fast. The cabin lies 200 yards ahead, 200 yards of open ground, of nowhere to hide. They break from the trees, cross the clearing at a dead run. The cabin door stands open. Ylva reaches it first. Turns to provide cover. Her rifle speaks twice. Sharp cracks that echo off the hills. Aaron dives through the doorway. His shoulder explodes with pain as he hits the floor. Rolls. Comes up ready despite the damage, despite the way his arm hangs wrong. Ylva follows. They slam the door, drop the bar, push the table against it for good measure. The wolves hit the walls like a storm. Claws on wood. Bodies against barriers. Testing. Probing. Looking for weakness. Ylva moves to the window, peers through the gap between boards, her rifle ready, her breathing steady despite the run. How many? 6. Maybe 7. Hard to count when they move like that. Aaron loads his handgun, 17 rounds. Not enough for 7 wolves. Not enough if they coordinate, if they plan. His shoulder bleeds, the wound reopened during the run, fresh red on old injury. Pain that demands attention he cannot spare. They scratch at the roof, looking for loose boards, for places the winter might have weakened, for gaps that let cold in and might let wolves in too. The chimney. They both look up, listen to claws on stone, on metal, the scraping sound of something trying to find purchase on surfaces not meant for climbing. Aaron moves to the fireplace, looks up the flue, sees nothing but darkness, but the scratching continues, gets closer. We need a fire. Hot fire. Fast. Ylva feeds wood to the coals, adds paper, adds anything that burns quick and hot. The flames leap high. Smoke billows up the chimney, a yelp from above, the scratching stops, something heavy hits the roof, slides off, lands in the snow with a thud that shakes the ground. The wolves regroup, circle the cabin, their footsteps crunch in the snow, patient, methodical. They have time. They know humans need sleep, need food, need things wolves do not need. But they made a mistake, left one behind. The snared wolf still waits by the tree line, still trapped by wire and physics, still watching the cabin with eyes too bright, too knowing. Aaron studies the creature through the window, sees something others missed, the way it holds its left front paw, the way it favors one side. It is hurt. Old injury, maybe from before the snare, maybe from other fights, other survivors who tried to make their stand. Wounded wolves think different, act different, make different choices. Ylva sees it too. Her predator eyes miss nothing, miss no weakness. We can use this. They wait for full dark, for the moon to hide behind clouds, for the moment when shadows swallow everything. Aaron slips out the back window, the one that faces away from the trapped wolf, away from where the pack circles. He moves through snow like smoke, like silence given form. His shoulder screams with each movement, but he pushes through. Pain is information, information he cannot afford to process. Not now. Not when stealth means survival. The wolf senses him coming, turns its massive head, shows teeth that gleam in the starlight, but the wire holds. The trap keeps it in place. Aaron does not use the spear, does not use the gun, uses his hands, fast and quiet. The wolf struggles, but the injury slows it. The wire holds it. The darkness hides what happens next. He drags the body back to the cabin, back to where Ylva waits with questions in her eyes. Each step sends fire through his shoulder, through his arm, through the network of damaged tissue that protests this abuse. Now we learn. They examine the carcass by firelight, map its scars. Read the story written in healed wounds and old bites. This wolf fought before, many times, won some fights, lost others, but it learned. Each scar teaches something, each wound carries knowledge. Ylva runs her fingers through the coarse fur, her nostrils flare, reading scent, reading the chemical signature of pack and territory and hunting ground. This one is from the North Ridge, from the den we have not found. It carries the scent of others, many others. Aaron studies the creature's teeth, worn down from years of fighting, of eating things that fight back. These are not the teeth of a scavenger. These are the teeth of something that hunts actively, purposefully. His shoulder throbs as he leans closer, as he examines what the wolf carried, what it knew, what it planned to report. We interrogate the body. The body tells us what we need to know. Outside, the pack howls, long mournful calls that speak of loss, of anger, of plans being made in the darkness between trees. They know their scout is gone. Know the trap has been turned. Know the hunted have become something else. But knowledge cuts both ways. Aaron and Ylva have learned too. Learned about pack structure, about territory, about the den that waits somewhere in the hills. The howling stops, the forest falls silent, the pack retreats to lick wounds and make new plans, to adapt to enemies who adapt back. Aaron cleans his hands in the snow, washes away the scent of wolf, the scent of necessary work. His shoulder screams with each movement, but he completes the task, completes what survival demands. Tomorrow they follow the trail, follow the scent signature back to its source, back to where the pack sleeps and plans and dreams, whatever dreams wolves dream. The fire burns low. The cabin settles into quiet. Outside the snow falls gentle and constant, covering tracks, covering scent, covering the evidence of small victories in a war that never ends. But they have learned. Knowledge is ammunition. Knowledge is leverage. Knowledge is the difference between hunter and prey. Even when learning hurts, even when knowledge comes with the price of blood and pain and damage that refuses to heal according to human schedules. Chapter 15, Depths of Despair. The den smells like the end of everything, like rot and metal and things that should not exist. Aaron covers his nose with his sleeve, breathes through fabric, breathes through will. His shoulder aches from the climb, from the approach through terrain that punishes every step, every movement, every reminder that damaged tissue carries permanent debt. Ylva crouches at the cave mouth. Her enhanced senses read the air, read the chemical story written in scent and decay. Her face shows nothing but her pupils dilate, fear or excitement. Hard to tell which. We should not be here. Aaron knows, can feel wrongness radiating from the darkness ahead, can taste it on his tongue, metal and copper and something else, something that makes his teeth ache. But they need to know, need to understand what they fight. What made these wolves into something else? Something worse. The cave entrance yawns wide, wider than any natural opening should be. The edges look carved, shaped by tools, by intention, by purpose that serves no good end. Ylva lights her military lighter. The flame pushes back a few feet of darkness, shows stone walls that glisten with moisture, with something else, something that moves when light hits it. Stay close. Stay quiet. They move into the mountain, into the belly of something that swallowed light and never gave it back. Their footsteps echo despite their care, despite their need for silence. Aaron's shoulder protests each step, each shift of weight, each reminder that healing takes time the world refuses to grant. Pain becomes constant companion, unwelcome but persistent. The tunnel branches, left leads down. Right leads deeper into darkness. Straight ahead leads to sounds that should not exist. Sounds like breathing, like machinery. Like both, they choose straight ahead, choose to face whatever waits, rather than wonder. Rather than let imagination fill the spaces knowledge should occupy. The tunnel opens into a chamber, a vast hollow carved from living rock. Aaron's lighter flame cannot find the ceiling, cannot find the far walls, shows only hints of what lies in the darkness. But the hints are enough. Tables, metal tables arranged in rows. On the tables lie shapes that might once have been wolves, might once have been other things. Now they are something between, something caught in the process of becoming. Ylva grips her rifle tighter. Her breathing comes shallow, fast. Her wolf senses scream warnings. Her human mind struggles to process. Aaron moves to the nearest table, forces himself to look, to see what someone did here, what someone tried to make. His shoulder throbs as he leans forward, as he examines the thing that breathes but should not, that lives but does not belong to life as nature intended. The creature on the table breathes, shallow breaths that fog the air. Its chest rises and falls in rhythm too slow for life, too fast for death. Tubes run from its body to machines that hum in the darkness. Machines that should not work, should not have power, but they work. They breathe for things that cannot breathe. They pump fluid through veins that should have gone still. They keep alive what should be allowed to die. This is wrong. This is all wrong. Ylva moves deeper into the chamber. Her light finds other tables, other experiments, other attempts to push life beyond its natural boundaries. Some tables hold wolves in various states of change. Muscles grown too large, bones thickened and twisted, eyes that glow with unnatural light. Other tables hold things that might have been human once, before someone decided to improve them, to make them stronger, faster, more suited for a world gone cold. The machines hum and click and pump, keeping the failed experiments alive, keeping them suffering, keeping them as examples of what happens when science serves hunger instead of hope. Aaron finds equipment, banks of switches and gauges, and indicators that still glow despite the collapse of everything, despite the failure of civilization to maintain its promises. Someone powered this place. Someone kept it running. Someone worked here after the world ended. After the cold came, after normal rules stopped applying, his shoulder burns as he reaches for controls, as he tries to understand what these machines do, what purpose they serve beyond keeping horror alive. Ylva calls from the back of the chamber. Her voice carries undertones of horror, of discovery that wishes it could be undiscovered. Aaron, you need to see this. He follows her voice through the maze of tables, through the gallery of things that should not be. Her light illuminates a section different from the rest, cleaner, more organized, more recent. The tables here hold fresh specimens, wolves taken within days, maybe hours. Their bodies unmarked except for the tubes, the wires, the violation of being kept alive for purposes beyond their understanding. But these wolves are different, larger than the others, more developed, more like the ones that hunt them, the ones that learn and plan and coordinate. This is where they come from. This is where someone makes them. Ylva examines the machines more closely. Her technical knowledge limited, but her predator instincts sharp. These devices serve one purpose. They take normal wolves and change them, improve them, make them into weapons. But weapons for what war? Weapons for whose cause? A sound echoes from deeper in the cave. Footsteps, heavy boots on stone. Someone else is here. Someone who tends the machines, who feeds the experiments, who keeps the horror alive. We run, now. They move fast through the chamber, past the tables of suffering, past the machines that hum with stolen purpose, toward the entrance that promises escape, promises distance from this place. Aaron's shoulder screams with each step, each jarring movement, each reminder that damaged tissue does not forgive urgency, does not accommodate necessity, does not heal faster because survival demands speed. But the footsteps follow, not hurried, not panicked, patient, methodical, the steps of someone who knows these tunnels, who has walked them many times, who has worked to finish. Aaron and Ylva reach the cave mouth, burst into daylight that burns their adapted eyes, that shows them how much darkness they carried inside. Behind them, the footsteps stop. Whoever tends this place does not follow them outside, does not pursue, does not need to. They know where the cabin sits, know where Aaron and Ylva sleep, know where to find them when the time comes. They run through the forest, through snow that seems clean after what they have seen, what they have learned, what they wish they could unknown. Aaron's shoulder feels like fire, like punishment for disturbing what should stay buried, for learning what should remain unknown, for surviving when survival comes with such terrible knowledge. The cabin appears ahead, small and fragile and perfect, a place where fires burn for warmth instead of torture, where sleep comes from exhaustion instead of unwilling sedation. They burst through the door, slam it shut, bar it tight, but bars will not keep out knowledge, will not stop the images that burn behind their eyes. Aaron builds up the fire despite his shoulders' protest, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion and horror. Ylva loads fresh rounds into her rifle. They move with purpose, but their hands shake. Their breathing comes quick and shallow. The wolves are made, crafted, designed by someone who understands biology and engineering and pain, someone who works in darkness and serves purposes that require suffering. But they escaped, learned what they came to learn, gained knowledge that might make the difference between survival and becoming specimens themselves. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each heartbeat, each breath, each reminder that flesh remembers trauma even when mind tries to forget. Pain that marks this day, this discovery, this violation of natural order. Outside, the forest stands quiet, normal. The trees grow where trees should grow. The snow falls where snow should fall. Nothing moves except wind and shadow and the natural rhythm of a world trying to heal. But under the mountain, machines hum. Tables wait. Someone tends experiments that mock the natural order. Someone who knows they visited. Someone who will remember. Aaron checks the ammunition count despite his shoulder's complaint. Ylva sharpens her knives. They prepare for what must come. What will come. The truth has a price. Knowledge demands payment. And something in the darkness beneath the stone has just sent them a bill. Chapter 16. Allies in Ruin. The smoke rises from the valley like a question mark against the sky. Thin gray line that speaks of fires, of people, of others who still breathe in a world that prefers silence. Aaron adjusts the binoculars despite his shoulder's protest. Ancient field glasses that belong to someone else. Someone gone. The lenses show a camp. 3 tents, maybe 4 people moving between them. Hard to count from this distance. Hard to know if they mean help or harm. His shoulder aches from the climb to this ridge. From carrying equipment up terrain that punishes every step. The wound has healed, but the muscle remembers. Always remembers. Ylva crouches beside him on the ridge. Her nose works the air, reading wind for scent signatures, for the chemical story of strangers. 2 males, 1 female. Maybe 1 more, but the wind shifts. Hard to tell. Aaron studies their movements through the glass, the way they post watch, the way they arrange their camp. Shows knowledge, shows experience, shows people who have learned how to stay alive. Or shows people who have learned how to look like they have learned. We need allies, need numbers. The den showed us what we face, what someone makes in the darkness under stone. Ylva nods, but her ears stay pricked. Her rifle stays ready. Trust comes hard when the world teaches lessons about betrayal, about how hunger makes people into something else. They approach from the high ground, in the open, hands visible, weapons lowered but ready. The universal language of caution meeting caution. Aaron's shoulder burns with each step down the slope, each jarring impact against stone and snow. Pain that marks time, that counts steps, that reminds him flesh carries permanent debt. The strangers see them coming, form a loose defensive line, not aggressive but prepared. The dance of survivors meeting survivors, testing intentions without showing weakness. A man steps forward, 40 maybe, thick build that speaks of labor, of work that builds muscle and callus and endurance. His clothes show repair, show care, show someone who maintains what can be maintained. I am Gunnar. These are my people. His voice carries authority, the kind that comes from making decisions others live by, from carrying responsibility when responsibility means life or death. Aaron stops 20 feet away, close enough to talk, far enough to move if things go wrong. His shoulder throbs, but he maintains position, maintains readiness. Aaron, this is Ylva. We live north of here, near the cabin by the frozen lake. Gunnar nods. His people spread out behind him, not threatening, just giving themselves room to work if work becomes necessary. We know the cabin, saw the smoke, wondered who still lived there. A woman emerges from behind one of the tents. 30s. Medical supplies visible on her belt. Bandages and tools that speak of knowledge about wounds, about keeping people whole. Rena, I patch people up. keep them breathing when the world wants otherwise. She moves like someone trained, like someone who learned medicine from books and practice and necessity. Her eyes scan Aaron and Ylva for injuries, for signs of sickness, for the thousand ways the body fails in this new world. Behind her comes a third figure, younger, male, hot eyes that move too fast, that see threats where none exist. His hand rests on a knife handle, ready, eager, Decker. I watch the perimeter, make sure nothing unwelcome gets close. Aaron marks him, marks the way he stands, the way his eyes move. Some people adapt to violence. Some people find they like it, find they hunger for it. Gunnar gestures toward their fire, toward warmth and the promise of shared food, of conversation that might lead somewhere useful. We eat, we talk, we see if we have common ground. They sit in a circle around the flames, share coffee that tastes like luxury, like reminder of what the world used to offer. Gunnar's people watch the tree line, take turns, show discipline. Aaron explains about the wolves, about the den, about the machines that make monsters from natural things. His shoulder aches as he gestures, as he describes what they found in darkness under stone. Gunnar listens without interrupting, without judgment. The way leaders listen when information matters more than opinion. We have seen them too. The changed wolves. They took 3 of our people last month. Good people, people who knew how to survive. Rena adds wood to the fire, her movements efficient, practiced, someone who wastes nothing, who preserves everything that can be preserved. They are getting smarter, learning our patterns, our weaknesses. Traditional defenses do not work. Ylva speaks for the first time since introductions. Her voice carries weight, carries the authority of someone who understands predators from the inside. The pack has an alpha, large, intelligent. It coordinates the others, controls them. We remove the alpha and the pack fragments. Gunnar leans forward. His eyes catch the firelight, reflect interest, reflect the kind of hunger that comes from seeing possibility where others see only problems. You speak like someone who knows, like someone who has seen this alpha. Aaron and Ylva exchange glances, share the burden of knowledge, of things seen that cannot be unseen. We found the den, under the ridge to the north. Someone makes them there, changes them, improves them for purposes we do not understand. Decker speaks up. His voice carries eagerness, carries the kind of excitement that comes from seeing violence as solution to problems. Then we hit the den, take it out, end the source. Rena shakes her head. Her medical training shows in the caution, in the understanding of what happens when simple solutions meet complex problems. Not simple. If someone made this place, then someone protects it. Someone with resources, with knowledge, with reasons to keep working. Gunnar considers, weighs options against resources, against the lives of people who trust his decisions. We need to test this alliance. See if we work together before we risk everything together. He proposes a trial mission. Hit a pack scout, take it down together, see how their skills combine, how their tactics mesh, how trust builds or breaks under pressure. Aaron agrees, despite his shoulders protest, despite the way pain flares when he nods, when he commits to action that will demand everything his damaged body can provide. Ylva nods, but she watches Decker, watches the way his eyes move, the way his hand finds his knife when he thinks. Some people hunger for violence, some people feed on it. They plan through the afternoon, map territories, share intelligence, pool knowledge about pack movements, about hunting patterns, about weaknesses that might be exploited. The wolves hunt at dusk. Single scouts range ahead of the main pack, test defenses, probe for weakness, for opportunity. We take one tonight, prove we can work together. As the sun sinks toward the horizon, they prepare. Check weapons, review signals, discuss contingencies, the way soldiers prepare, the way people prepare when failure means more than embarrassment. Aaron's shoulder throbs as he checks his rifle, as he counts ammunition, as he prepares for work that will test damaged tissue against necessity, against survival that demands performance, regardless of pain. Gunnar assigns positions. Rena stays with the camp, provides overwatch, medical support if things go wrong. Decker takes point. Aaron and Ylva flank. Gunnar coordinates. Good plan. Simple plan. Plans that work keep people breathing. They move into position as darkness falls. Spread out along the game trail. The path wolves use when they think no one watches. When they move between territories, Aaron crouches behind fallen log. His shoulder screams with each adjustment, each shift of position, each reminder that damaged flesh carries debt that never truly gets paid. Ylva among the pine trees. Gunnar behind rocks that offer cover and concealment. Decker ahead where the trail bends, where he can see them coming. They wait. Waiting is the hardest part. Waiting while muscles cramp and cold seeps through clothing. While doubt whispers questions about allies and plans, and whether trust is luxury they cannot afford. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular rhythm that marks time, that counts heartbeats between safety and danger, between alliance and betrayal. The wolf appears at full dark, large shape moving through shadows, moving with confidence that speaks of territory, of hunting ground claimed and defended. Decker signals, hand gestures that mean ready, that mean now, that mean this is when theory becomes reality. The wolf stops, sniffs the air, reads something in the wind that does not belong, that speaks of danger, of change in the natural order. It turns to retreat. Too late. Aaron's spear takes it in the shoulder, despite his own shoulder's scream of protest, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and effort. Spins the wolf around, drops it to snow. Gunnar's rifle speaks once. Clean shot, professional shot. The shot of someone who learned marksmanship when it mattered. The wolf goes still, the forest goes quiet. Mission accomplished, but Decker moves too fast, rushes the body with knife drawn, eyes bright with something that is not just adrenaline, something that hungers for more than necessity provides. Aaron marks it, stores the information. Some people adapt to violence, some people embrace it. Some people become what the world makes them and like what they become. They drag the body back to camp. Evidence of success, of cooperation, of alliance that might survive contact with reality. Aaron's shoulder feels like fire as he helps pull the carcass, as he proves his worth despite damage, despite pain that threatens to overwhelm focus, to compromise performance. Rena examines the carcass, studies the mutations, the changes that make these wolves into something else, something more dangerous than nature intended. Bone density increased, muscle mass enhanced, neural pathways altered. Someone knows biology, knows how to improve on evolution's work. Gunnar considers implications, considers what it means to fight enemies designed by intelligence instead of shaped by chance. We need more people, more weapons, more knowledge about what we face. Aaron agrees, Ylva nods, but she still watches Decker, still reads the scent of excitement that lingers around him, the chemical signature of someone who enjoys necessary work too much. They plan the next phase, recruitment, intelligence gathering, preparation for assault on the den itself, the work of building war from survival, of turning defense into offense. Aaron's shoulder throbs as he participates, as he contributes despite pain that clouds thinking. That makes every word cost effort, every decision demand extra will. But alliances are fragile things, built from shared need and tested by shared danger. Some survive, some fragment when pressure builds too high, when individual hungers override collective good. Aaron counts ammunition. Ylva checks her rifle. Gunnar assigns watch schedules. They prepare for tomorrow's work, for the next step in a plan that leads toward darkness under stone. But tonight they have allies. Tonight they have proven cooperation possible. Tonight they are stronger than they were this morning. Tomorrow will test whether strength endures, whether alliance survives contact with the enemy, whether trust holds when everything else breaks. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular reminder of damage that heals but never forgets, never fully recovers, never stops extracting its price. Some wounds become permanent residents. Some damage becomes part of who you are. Some prices get paid forever. Chapter 17. Betrayed Bonds. The plan dies before dawn, dies in whispers and promises made to things that hunt in darkness, dies in the space between loyalty and fear. Decker slips away from camp while others sleep, takes nothing but weapons and knowledge, leaves behind footprints in snow and the stench of betrayal that Ylva smells before she opens her eyes. He is gone. Aaron sits up from his bedroll. His shoulder protests the movement. Old wound reminding him that damage accumulates, that healing never catches up to hurting, never balances the books, checks the perimeter by habit, by instinct that has kept him alive when others went still. Decker's position stands empty. His gear remains, but the man has vanished. Gunnar wakes to whispered conference, to the news that alliances break as easily as they form. His face shows nothing but his hands clench, release. Clench again. How long? Ylva sniffs the air, reads the chemical trail left by fear and purpose and misguided hope. 2 hours, maybe 3. He moves fast, like someone with destination in mind. Rena emerges from her tent, reads the situation from faces, from posture, from the way they stand too close together, too ready for violence. What did he take? Nothing. But knowledge weighs more than equipment. Knowledge about plans and positions and timing, about weaknesses they hope to exploit. Aaron checks his rifle despite his shoulder's complaint. Counts ammunition. The arithmetic of survival in a world where every bullet matters, where waste equals failure, equals emptiness that cannot be filled. He goes to them, to the pack, thinks he can bargain, thinks they want something other than meat and territory and the satisfaction of successful hunt. Some people never learn, never understand that hunger has no interest in negotiation, that predators serve appetites that cannot be reasoned with. They break camp fast, pack everything essential, leave behind anything that slows movement, the luxury of comfort abandoned for the necessity of distance. Aaron's shoulder screams as he lifts his pack, as he adjusts straps and buckles and the thousand small details that survival demands. Pain that marks each movement, each decision, each step toward whatever comes next. But distance may not matter. Decker knows their patterns, their safe houses, their escape routes, knows everything Alliance required him to know. Trust has a price. Trust always has a price. They move south, away from known territory, away from the cabin that has sheltered them, toward ground that offers concealment but not comfort, not home. The attack comes at midday, comes from multiple directions, comes with coordination that speaks of shared intelligence, of plans made in darkness and executed in light. 6 wolves, maybe 7, moving like military units, like soldiers who learn tactics from someone who understands war. Gunnar takes position behind fallen tree. His rifle speaks measured words, careful shots that conserve ammunition while buying time, buying space, buying seconds that mean survival or its opposite. Aaron and Ylva flank left, move through underbrush that tears clothing and skin, that demands payment for concealment. Everything costs something, everything takes its price. Aaron's shoulder feels like molten metal, like punishment for believing in alliance, for trusting that cooperation might be possible, for thinking damaged flesh could perform when survival demanded performance. Rena stays central. Medical supplies ready, hands steady despite chaos that erupts around her. Some people break under pressure. Some people become more themselves, more focused, more necessary. The wolves adapt, learn from each shot, each movement, each tactical choice. They circle, probe, test defenses while avoiding traps. But they expect Decker's information to matter, expect him to have provided complete intelligence. Perfect knowledge of capabilities and limitations. Decker never saw Ylva fight. She moves through trees like smoke, like wind given fangs. Her wolf heritage shows in ways human training cannot replicate, cannot improve upon. She takes the lead wolf from behind, silent, efficient, the way predators work when they remember what they are beneath what they have become. The pack structure wavers. Confusion spreads through ranks designed for coordination, for unity of purpose. Leadership matters, even among monsters. especially among monsters. Aaron exploits the gap, moves while they reorganize. His spear finds target despite his shoulders scream of protest, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion. Drops another wolf to snow that absorbs red and gives back white. The eternal exchange that winter demands. Gunner's rifle continues its measured conversation. Each shot counts. Each bullet carries weight of decision, of choice between conservation and aggression. But the pack learns faster than humans die, adapts quicker than tactics evolve. They mass for final assault, for overwhelming force that breaks resistance through sheer momentum. Rena throws the grenade. Nobody knew she carried it. Nobody asked about suspicious bulges in her medical kit, about items that do not belong in healing hands. The explosion tears through wolf formation, scatters bodies, scatters plans, turns coordination into chaos and chaos into opportunity. They use the confusion, pour fire into disorganized targets, turn retreat into rout, victory from the edge of defeat. Aaron's shoulder feels like it might tear apart, like the tissue might finally surrender to damage accumulated over days and weeks and months of abuse. But he keeps fighting, keeps moving, keeps proving that will matters more than flesh. But victory tastes like betrayal, like knowledge that alliance means vulnerability, that trust becomes weapon in wrong hands. 3 wolves escape, wounded but mobile. They carry news back to the pack. Back to the Alpha that waits in darkness under stone. News about tactics, about capabilities, about weaknesses that still need exploiting. Decker's body lies among the wolf carcasses, torn, opened, spread across snow like illustration of what happens when predators remember they are predators. No negotiation, no bargain, no peace between species that serve different hungers. Gunnar kneels beside the traitor, studies what remains, what the pack left behind as message, as warning, as promise of what waits for others who think themselves clever. He believed they would honor his offer, believed hunger could be redirected, reasoned with, managed. Some lessons can only be learned once. Some lessons come with permanent consequences. Some people never get chance to apply what they discover. Rena tends wounds, patches holes that bullets and claws opened in flesh, in trust, in the assumption that alliance means safety, means strength. She examines Aaron's shoulder, the way he holds it, the way he moves to protect damaged tissue that refuses to heal properly. This needs attention, real attention, not field medicine. Aaron shakes his head. No time for proper healing, no time for rest, no time for anything but forward motion toward whatever waits in darkness under stone. Aaron counts losses, ammunition expended, tactical knowledge compromised, position revealed. The mathematics of warfare in a world that forgives nothing, forgets nothing. We find new ground, make new plans, assume they know everything Decker knew. Ylva nods. Her rifle needs cleaning, her claws need washing. The work of survival in a world that mistakes mercy for weakness, kindness for opportunity. They move deeper into wilderness, away from familiar territory, away from comfort, toward ground that offers concealment at price of isolation, of starting over with less than they had. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each step, each jarring impact against Earth that does not care about human pain, human limitation, human need for rest and healing and time. But they know something now, know the cost of misplaced trust, know the weight of betrayal, know that alliance requires vigilance as much as cooperation, know that the enemy adapts, learns, evolves to meet changing threats. The pack waits in darkness under stone, waits with knowledge purchased in treachery, with plans that account for human weaknesses, human hopes. But humans adapt too, learn too, evolve when pressure demands evolution. The war continues, the hunt goes on. Predator and prey exchange roles with each encounter, each lesson learned in red and taught in loss. Night falls, they make camp without fire, without comfort, with knowledge that survival demands constant vigilance, constant suspicion, constant readiness for betrayal to wear friendly face. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular rhythm that marks time, that counts heartbeats between trust and betrayal, between alliance and isolation. Some prices pay themselves forward, some lessons echo through every choice that follows. Trust carefully. Hope cautiously. Remember that hunger never sleeps, never forgets, never forgives those who mistake its nature for something it is not. Some wounds never heal. Some damage becomes permanent feature of who you are. Some pain becomes constant companion that whispers warnings about the cost of believing in others. Aaron listens to his shoulder throb, listens to the message written in damaged tissue and imperfect healing. Remember. Always remember. Trust has consequences that last longer than the trust itself. Chapter 18, Path to the Den. The mountain rises before them like a broken tooth, like something that bit through earth and stone and found the taste bitter. Ancient rock scarred by weather, by time, by the weight of snow that never melts anymore. Aaron studies the terrain through field glasses. His shoulder aches from holding the position, from maintaining steady aim despite tissue that refuses to forget damage. Maps approach routes in his mind. Counts the ways they might reach the den, counts the ways they might fail to return. 3 days hard climbing, maybe 4 if the weather turns. If the mountain decides to test their commitment with wind and ice and the promise of burial in white. Ylva reads the wind, reads the chemical signatures carried on air that has touched places they cannot see. Her wolf senses parse information humans miss, information that might keep them breathing. The pack knows we are coming. They can smell us from here, smell our intentions. Gunnar adjusts his equipment, redistributes weight in his pack. The gear necessary for assault on fortified position, for war carried up mountain on human backs. Then we move fast, hit them before they finish preparing, before they turn every advantage against us. Rena checks medical supplies, counts bandages and antiseptic and pain medication, the tools for keeping people whole when the world wants otherwise, when metal and claw and gravity collaborate to open what should stay closed. She looks at Aaron's shoulder, the way he favors it, the way he compensates for damage that never fully healed. We should have more people, more weapons, more of everything. Aaron agrees, but agreement changes nothing. They have what they have, are what they are, must work with reality instead of wishes, instead of preferred circumstances that exist only in imagination. His shoulder reminds him constantly, pain that serves as inventory, as assessment of resources available for the work ahead. Damaged goods but still functional, still capable of service. They begin the ascent, single file. Aaron leads despite his handicap, despite the way his shoulder screams with each step. Gunnar follows, Rena behind him. Ylva takes rear guard, watches their back trail, watches for pursuit that travels on 4 legs and thinks with intelligence that serves only hunger. The first day passes without incident. They make good time despite snow that grabs ankles, despite ice that hides under innocent white, despite air that grows thin as they climb toward places where breath comes hard. Aaron's shoulder provides constant commentary, pain that increases with altitude, with exertion, with the simple act of carrying weight up terrain that punishes every step. Camp that night without fire, without light, without anything that advertises their position to eyes that watch from darkness. They eat cold food, drink melted snow, share body heat like animals who remember what winter means. Aaron cannot sleep. His shoulder throbs too insistently, too regularly, like metronome marking time, like countdown to whatever waits above. Rena offers pain medication, small pills that promise relief, that offer temporary escape from flesh that refuses to heal properly. Aaron declines. Pain is information, information about what his body can provide, what it cannot, what reserves remain and what has already been spent. Better to know, better to understand limitations than pretend they do not exist. The second day brings weather, wind that cuts through clothing, through skin, through hope itself. Snow drives horizontal, turns the world into white chaos, into navigation by faith and dead reckoning. They rope together, form chain of humanity against the mountain's attempt to separate them. to isolate them, to pick them off one by one until only the wind remains to tell their story. Aaron's shoulder screams with each step, each jarring impact, each reminder that damaged tissue does not improve with abuse, does not strengthen under stress, does not heal faster because survival demands performance. Ylva's enhanced senses guide them. Her wolf heritage reads terrain through scent and vibration and instinct that evolution wrote in genetic code. She finds the path when human senses fail, when the mountain hides its secrets behind walls of white, shelter that night in a cave, natural hollow that offers protection from wind, from snow, from the mountain's casual cruelty toward things that dare to climb its flanks without invitation. But the cave carries scent, old scent, wolf scent from seasons past. This place has been used before, marked as territory, claimed by things that do not welcome visitors. Aaron's shoulder feels like frozen fire, like punishment for attempting what damaged flesh cannot support, like reminder that some wounds become permanent limitations. We are close. The den lies above us. Maybe half-day climb. Aaron examines his weapons despite his shoulder's protest, counts ammunition one more time, mathematics that determines how long they can fight, how much resistance they can offer before silence takes them. 17 rounds for the handgun, 43 for rifles, 6 grenades courtesy of Rena's medical kit that concealed more than medicine. Enough for one assault, maybe 2 if they hit hard and fast and do not miss. The third day dawns clear. Mountain air sharp enough to cut, sharp enough to wake the dead if the dead could choose, waking over rest. They climb through snow that crunches underfoot, that announces their approach to anything listening. Aaron's shoulder provides constant feedback, pain that increases with each step, each movement, each reminder that flesh carries debt that compounds with interest. That never gets fully paid, but stealth no longer matters. The pack knows they come, has known since they started climbing. The only question is timing, is readiness, is who finishes preparing first. The den entrance appears at midday, black mouth in white stone, darker than shadow, darker than the space between stars. It breathes, exhales warm air that carries scent of things better left unnamed. They study the approach, map fields of fire, identify choke points where defense might concentrate, where small numbers might hold against larger forces through geography and determination. 2 guards visible, wolves larger than any they have fought, enhanced by whatever process turns normal predators into nightmares. They pace the entrance, alert, patient, professional. More inside, many more. The den extends deep into mountain, contains spaces that hold numbers they cannot count, cannot estimate, cannot prepare for adequately. Aaron considers options despite his shoulder's insistent reminder of limitation. Weighs assault against retreat, against finding other solutions, other approaches, other ways to end the threat without walking into prepared kill zone. But the pack grows stronger each day, each week, each month. The machines in the darkness make more wolves, better wolves, smarter wolves. Time favors the enemy. Time always favors the patient. We go in hard, fast, deep as we can reach, find the machines, break what can be broken. Gunner nods, Rena checks her gear, Ylva chambers around, the sound echoes off stone, announces intention, announces commitment to course that ends in victory or emptiness. They move down the slope, toward darkness that waits with teeth, with claws, with intelligence that has planned for this moment, that has prepared welcome appropriate for uninvited guests. Aaron's shoulder screams with each step. Each jarring impact, each reminder that damaged flesh has limits, that those limits approach rapidly. The guards see them coming. Howl alert that echoes through tunnels, through chambers, through the belly of mountain that digests intruders and leaves only bones to mark their passage. Aaron fires first despite his shoulder's protest. Despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion, his rifle speaks truth across distance, truth about trajectory and windage and the mathematics of making holes in things that resist holes. The first guard falls, stays down. Gunnar takes the second. Clean shot. Professional shot. The shot of someone who learned marksmanship when it meant survival, when missing meant consequences that could not be undone. They reach the entrance, peer into darkness that swallows light, that offers no hint of what waits in the depths, of how many eyes watch from shadows, how many teeth gleam in anticipation. Aaron lights a flare despite his shoulder's scream of protest. Red light pushes back the dark, shows tunnel walls carved from living stone, shows that the mountain has been violated, hollowed, turned into something that serves purposes the earth never intended. They enter the mouth, enter the belly, enter the place where wolves are made and nightmares given form. Behind them, the mountain wind howls, mourns for those who chose dissent over wisdom, over the simple arithmetic that some fights cannot be won, but they descend anyway, toward darkness, toward horror, toward whatever waits in the deep places where science serves hunger instead of hope. Aaron's shoulder provides constant commentary, pain that marks each step, each movement, each reminder that flesh has limits, and those limits have been exceeded. The tunnel slopes downward, always downward, toward the heart of the mountain, toward the source of what hunts them, toward answers that might come at price too high to pay. But some answers demand payment regardless. Some knowledge requires sacrifice. Some truths can only be learned by those willing to walk into darkness with weapons ready and prayers on their lips. The red light flickers. The darkness waits. They descend. Aaron's shoulder screams, but he descends anyway. Chapter 19. Cave of Nightmares. The tunnel divides like arteries, like the mountain's attempt to confuse blood that pumps through stone veins. Aaron counts passages despite his shoulder's insistent reminder of damage, maps choices in memory that might matter if they need to find their way back to light. Left leads down, steep descent into depths that swallow footsteps. Right climbs toward chamber that glows with artificial light. Straight ahead leads to sounds that should not exist in natural places. They choose straight, choose to face whatever makes those sounds rather than wonder, rather than let imagination fill spaces that knowledge should occupy. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each step, each movement through passages carved by tools, by intention, by purpose that serves no good end. Pain that marks progress toward whatever waits in darkness. The passage opens into hell, not the hell of fire and brimstone, the hell of science without conscience, of intelligence serving appetites that recognize no boundary between possible and permissible. Tables fill the space, metal tables that gleam under electric lights, lights that should not work, should not have power, should not illuminate what they reveal. On the tables lie wolves, some alive, some beyond such simple distinctions. Tubes run from bodies to machines that hum and click and breathe for things that cannot breathe themselves. Aaron forces himself to look despite his shoulder's scream of protest, despite the way pain clouds vision, clouds thinking, to see what someone does here, what someone calls improvement, progress, evolution guided by will instead of chance, muscle grafts, bone modifications, neural implants that glow with light that belongs in no living skull. The wolves on these tables are experiments, prototypes, rough drafts of something someone wants to perfect. Ylva moves deeper into the chamber. Her enhanced senses read horror in layers, in chemical signatures that speak of pain and fear and violation of natural law. This is not random, not accidental. Someone designed this, someone planned this. Someone works here with purpose and knowledge and complete disregard for what suffering means. Gunnar examines the machines, the technology that keeps experiments alive past the point where mercy would let them die, past the point where nature would claim them, solar panels on the mountain, saw them on the climb, hidden among rocks but functional. Someone powers this place, someone maintains it, someone keeps it running despite the collapse of everything else. Rena finds the surgical instruments, The tools of improvement, of modification, of turning wolves into something else, something worse, something that serves purposes beyond their understanding. These are not amateur tools, not improvised instruments. Professional grade, medical grade, someone trained in surgery works here. Someone who learned healing and chose hurting instead. A sound echoes from deeper in the complex. Footsteps, human footsteps, measured, calm. The steps of someone who belongs here, who walks these halls by right of creation, of ownership. We are not alone. They move through the chamber, past tables of suffering, past machines that mock the natural order, toward whatever human intelligence guides this place, whatever mind conceived horror and made it real. Aaron's shoulder feels like molten metal, like punishment for disturbing what should stay buried, for learning what should remain unknown. Each step costs effort that depleted reserves cannot spare. The passage narrows, becomes tunnel carved from living rock, carved by tools, by intention, by someone who wanted path between surface and the deep places where secrets hide. Aaron leads despite his handicap, despite the way his arm shakes with pain and exhaustion, his rifle ready, his breathing controlled despite what he has seen, despite what he knows waits ahead. Some horrors must be faced, must be met with weapons and will and whatever courage can be summoned. The tunnel opens into another chamber, smaller, more personal, living quarters carved from stone, books on shelves, charts on walls, the space where whoever runs this place rests between sessions of improvement. Empty now. Abandoned, but recently occupied, coffee still warm in the cup, papers still scattered across the desk. Whoever worked here left quickly. Left because of their approach, because of the alarm raised by the guards. Aaron examines the papers despite his shoulders' protest, despite the way his vision blurs with pain. Research notes, diagrams, plans for improvements that push evolution past natural boundaries. The wolves are just the beginning, just first attempts. The real goal lies elsewhere, in modifications that serve different purposes, that create different monsters. Ylva reads the chemical signatures in the air, the scent of whoever worked here, whoever conceived this horror, human, male, old, afraid now. He ran when he heard us coming. They search the chamber, look for clues, for information, for anything that explains purpose behind the horror, behind the violation of natural order. But they find only fragments, only hints, only suggestions of plans that extend beyond simple wolf modification, plans that involve other species, other improvements, other nightmares waiting to be born. A sound echoes through tunnels, distant howling. The pack responds to intrusion, to violation of sacred space, to enemies who dare enter the heart of their territory. They come, many of them, enhanced wolves with modifications that make them faster, stronger, more dangerous than anything nature produces through chance alone. Aaron's shoulder screams as he takes position, as he prepares for fight that will test damaged flesh against enhanced predators, against things that were designed to hunt, to track, to overcome resistance through superior capability. We hold here. Use the choke point. Make them come to us. They form defensive line in the narrow passage. Aaron and Gunnar with rifles, Ylva with her own weapon, Rena with medical supplies and the remaining grenades that might make difference between survival and becoming specimens. The first wave hits like storm, like force of nature given teeth and claws and intelligence that serves only hunger. They pour through passages in coordinated assault, professional, planned, executed with precision that speaks of training, of enhancement, of modification that improves on natural capability. Aaron fires despite his shoulders scream, despite the way his arm shakes with pain that clouds aim, makes precision difficult. His shots find targets but not clean kills. Not instant stops. These wolves absorb damage that should drop them. Continue fighting with wounds that would stop normal predators. Gunnar's rifle speaks steadily. Professional fire control. Each shot deliberate, each bullet precious in arithmetic of survival where ammunition runs finite against enemies that seem infinite. Ylva moves like smoke, like death given form. Her wolf heritage shows in ways human training cannot replicate. She flows between enemies. Strikes from angles they cannot predict, cannot defend against. Natural predator meeting artificial enhancement. The passage fills with sound, with fury, with the wet noise of things that resist bullets, that refuse to die quietly, that fight with enhanced strength and modified endurance. Aaron's shoulder feels like it might separate, like the joint might finally surrender to abuse accumulated over weeks of fighting, of carrying weight, of performing tasks damaged tissue cannot support. But he continues firing, continues fighting, continues proving that what matters more than flesh, that determination overcomes limitation, that humans adapt when adaptation means survival. Rena throws a grenade. The explosion echoes through tunnels, through chambers, through stone that has seen too much violence, too much horror, too much violation of natural order. The blast creates gap in wolf formation, creates opportunity, creates moment when coordination breaks down into chaos, and chaos favors defenders who know their ground. They pour fire into the gap, exploit confusion, turn retreat into rout, force enhanced predators to remember that enhancement does not guarantee victory, does not eliminate all weakness, does not solve every tactical problem, but more come, always more. The den holds numbers they cannot count, cannot exhaust, cannot defeat through simple arithmetic of bullets versus bodies. Aaron's shoulder gives out, the joint locks, refuses further service. His rifle becomes deadweight in hands that shake with pain and exhaustion and simple human limitation. I am done, cannot fire anymore. Ylva covers him. Rena provides medical attention. Gunnar maintains fire. They work as unit, as team. As allies who understand that weakness in one becomes responsibility for all. The wolves pull back, regroup, prepare for next assault. They have learned human limitations, have tested defenses, have found weakness they can exploit. But they have also learned human adaptability, human willingness to fight despite damage, despite odds, despite arithmetic that favors the patient predator over the desperate prey. Aaron counts remaining ammunition, counts rounds that might buy time, might buy distance, might buy escape from place that swallows light and hope and human possibility. Not enough, never enough, but they have learned what they came to learn, have seen the source, have mapped the enemy's capabilities, have gained knowledge that might matter if they live to use it. We leave now. Use the confusion. Get out while we can. They move toward exit, toward light, toward surface that promises air and space and distance from horror that breeds in darkness. Aaron's shoulder hangs useless, arm that cannot lift, cannot support, cannot contribute to the work of climbing toward safety. But his legs work, his will works, his determination to see surface again, to carry knowledge back to those who need it, to prove that some fights can be survived even when they cannot be won. The tunnel slopes upward, toward light, toward hope, toward possibility that flesh can heal and knowledge can be used and horror can be contained. Behind them, howls echo through chambers, through passages, through the belly of mountain that digests intruders and dreams of digesting more. But they escape. Carry knowledge, carry understanding, carry proof that even enhanced predators have limitations, have weaknesses, have vulnerabilities that might be exploited. Aaron's shoulder throbs with each step, each movement towards surface, each reminder that flesh carries permanent debt, that some damage never fully heals, that some wounds become part of who you are. But they climb, they escape, they survive. For now, the mountain wind carries their scent away, carries news of invasion, carries promise that what sleeps in darkness will wake, will hunt, will seek revenge for violation of sacred space. But it also carries hope, carries knowledge, carries proof that humans can enter the heart of nightmare and emerge with understanding, with intelligence, with power to fight back. Aaron's shoulder screams, but he climbs anyway. Some prices are worth paying, some knowledge is worth the cost, some wounds heal enough to fight another day. Chapter 20, Alpha's Challenge. The beast waits in the deepest chamber, in darkness so complete it has weight, has substance, has presence that presses against the mind like physical thing. Aaron's flashlight beam finds it crouched among the ruins of abandoned equipment, among the wreckage of research that served no good purpose, the alpha wolf that coordinated the pack, that turned random hunger into organized threat. His shoulder hangs useless at his side, the joint locked from damage, from overuse, from pushing damaged tissue beyond its limits. But his other hand holds steady. Holds the rifle that might make difference between survival and becoming another experiment. It is larger than any wolf should be. Larger than any wolf could be without modification, without improvement, without science pushing evolution past natural boundaries into territory that belongs to nightmares. Scars cover its body, old wounds from battles fought and won, from survivors who tried to make their stand and failed, from those who thought courage enough to balance impossible odds. Its eyes reflect the light, reflect intelligence that thinks, plans, understands consequences, and chooses action anyway. This is not animal, not anymore. This is something else wearing animal form, something that remembers being wolf but became other. The creature does not attack, does not rush to close distance, does not follow instincts that millions of years of evolution wrote in genetic code. It studies them, learns them, plans for them. Ylva reads its posture, its chemical signature, the language of predator meeting predator, of two things that understand killing and being killed in ways humans cannot comprehend. It knows me, recognizes wolf in human form, recognizes kin despite modification, despite choice. Despite everything that should make us enemies, the alpha makes us sound, not words. Words belong to humans, to language that shapes thought and thought that shapes reality. This communication bypasses speech, goes directly to understanding, to knowledge that exists before language gives it form. Ylva hears it, translates for those who lack enhanced senses, who cannot parse meaning from sound that carries intent without vocabulary. It offers challenge, single combat, winner takes territory, loser feeds the mountain, old law, wolf law, law that predates human civilization and will survive its ending. Aaron refuses despite his shoulder's uselessness, despite the way his rifle shakes in his remaining good hand. Keeps weapon aimed at center mass, at target that might stop what should not exist, what science created and conscience abandoned. We end this together, all of us. No honor among monsters, no ritual among nightmares. But Ylva steps forward, sets down her rifle. Her wolf heritage calls to something deeper than human loyalty, deeper than tactical considerations, deeper than survival arithmetic that calculates odds and chooses safer options. This is my fight, my species. My responsibility. The alpha rises to full height, muscles bunch beneath scarred hide. Claws extend, that gleam in flashlight beam, that speak of damage potential beyond human repair, beyond medical intervention. Aaron cannot provide support, cannot back her up. His shoulder renders him ineffective, reduces him to observer of contest that will determine everything, that will decide who lives, who dies, who controls territory that extends beyond this mountain. They circle each other, predator and predator, wolf and wolf thing, natural evolution meeting, guided modification, meeting improvement that serves purposes the earth never intended. The creature attacks first. Pure speed, pure violence, pure application of modifications that make it faster than fast, stronger than strong, more dangerous than anything nature produces through chance alone. Ylva rolls aside. Her own heritage saves her. Wolf reflexes meeting enhanced wolf capabilities, natural versus artificial, original versus copy, the eternal contest between what was and what someone decided should be. Claws rake her shoulder, part clothing, part skin, part the boundary between whole and damaged, between functional and impaired, between continuing and stopping. She returns strike with her own claws, natural weapons meeting artificial enhancements, drawing first response, first answer to challenge that cannot be declined, cannot be postponed, cannot be survived through waiting. They grapple, roll across stone floor, across debris from machines that breathed for things that should not breathe, across remnants of science that served hunger instead of hope. Aaron watches helplessly, his shoulder useless, his remaining strength focused on staying conscious, on staying upright, on being ready to act if opportunity presents itself. The Alpha's weight advantage shows. Its modifications make it heavier, stronger, more capable of crushing what it holds, what it pins beneath mass that exceeds natural possibility. But Ylva fights with knowledge, with understanding of weakness that comes from heritage. From genetic memory that knows wolf anatomy, knows where to strike, where to damage, where to end what should not continue. Aaron cannot get clear shot, cannot risk hitting Ylva while she wrestles with nightmare-made flesh, with improvement that improves nothing but capacity for damage, for violation of natural order. His shoulder throbs with sympathetic pain, with understanding of what damage means, what limitation costs. What it feels like when flesh fails and will must compensate. The Alpha's jaws close on Ylva's arm, teeth designed for tearing, for opening, for violation of boundaries between inside and outside, between whole and empty. But Ylva twists, uses wolf knowledge against wolf modification, uses natural against artificial, uses original against copy that forgot what it copied, why it mattered, what it preserved. Her claws find the weak spot. The place where modification created vulnerability instead of strength, where improvement became weakness, where enhancement became invitation to damage, the exposed nerve cluster that pulses beneath artificial bone plating. The mistake that happens when intelligence serves hunger instead of understanding, when modification proceeds without wisdom, without appreciation for what natural selection eliminated through trial and error spanning millions of years. Ylva strikes. Precise, targeted, efficient. The way predators work when they remember what they are beneath what they have become, beneath what circumstances force them to pretend. The Alpha convulses. Its modifications fail. Its enhancements become limitations. Its improvements reveal themselves as mistakes made by intelligence that understood mechanism but missed meaning. The creature staggers, wounded but not finished, damaged but still dangerous, still capable of violence that serves no purpose beyond destruction, beyond ending what threatens its territory, but the wound matters, changes the dynamic, shifts advantage toward natural over artificial, toward original over copy, toward evolution that serves life instead of hunger. Ylva presses advantage, strikes again, exploits weakness that modification created, that enhancement revealed, that improvement turned into vulnerability. The Alpha retreats, no longer confident, no longer certain of victory, no longer operating from position of strength that enhancement promised, that modification guaranteed. Aaron sees opportunity, despite his useless shoulder, despite his reduced capability, despite damage that limits but does not eliminate. He fires. The shot echoes through chamber, through tunnels, through the belly of mountain that has digested too much violence, too much horror, too much violation of natural order. The bullet finds target, combines with Ylva's damage, creates injury that even enhancement cannot overcome, cannot compensate for, cannot heal through modification. The Alpha falls. Its eyes lose focus, lose intelligence that made it more than animal, lose whatever spark science kindled in neural tissues you designed for simpler purposes, for hunger without plan, for killing without strategy. Ylva staggers back, wounded but mobile, alive but damaged, victorious but at cost that shows in red, in wet, in the price victory demands when opponents refuse to quit gracefully. Aaron's shoulder screams as he moves to help her, as he provides support with his remaining functional arm, as he proves that damaged flesh can still serve, still contribute, still matter when contribution means everything. The Alpha's death echoes through tunnel system, through chambers where Pack waited for orders, for guidance, for purpose that gave their existence meaning beyond simple appetite. The howling begins, mournful calls that speak of loss, of confusion, of pack structure that depended on intelligence now departed, now silenced, now feeding mountain instead of organizing threat. They scatter, individual wolves reverting to individual behavior, to hunting that serves personal hunger instead of strategic vision, to survival that thinks only of next meal instead of long-term territorial control. The pack is broken, the threat is reduced. The nightmare returns to being manageable problem, dangerous problem, but problem that can be solved through human persistence, human adaptation, human willingness to fight for territory that matters. But victory comes with cost. Aaron's shoulder reminds him constantly. Ylva bleeds from wounds that will scar, that will mark this day, this victory. This proof that even enhanced predators can be defeated. They help each other from the chamber. Through tunnels that echo with memory of horror, through passages that carry scent of things better left buried, better left forgotten. Behind them, the mountain keeps its secrets, holds knowledge that sleeps but does not die, contains possibilities that wait for rediscovery, for minds that share similar vision, similar hunger, similar willingness to push evolution past natural boundaries. But today, the pack scatters. Today, the alpha lies still. Today, they climb toward light that promises warmth, promises distance from darkness, that changes things, that improves them in ways the world never intended. Aaron's shoulder pulses with pain, regular reminder of damage that heals but never forgets. Never fully recovers, never stops extracting its price. But they won. They survived. They proved that human determination can overcome enhancement, can defeat modification, can triumph over improvement that serves wrong purposes. The mountain wind carries their scent away, carries news of victory, carries promise that some battles can be won, some monsters can be stopped, some nightmares can be ended. His shoulder throbs, but he climbs anyway. Some victories are worth the cost. Some knowledge is worth the pain. Some wounds become badges of honor, proof that flesh can endure, that will can triumph, that humans can adapt when adaptation means survival. The alpha is dead, the pack is broken, the mountain keeps its secrets, but they carry knowledge, carry understanding, carry proof that even in world gone cold, even with flesh damaged and resources depleted, humans can still fight, still win, still see another dawn. Aaron's shoulder reminds him of cost, of price, of what victory demands. But they pay it anyway. They always pay it, because the alternative is unacceptable, because surrender is not option, because some things are worth defending regardless of price. They climb toward light, toward healing, toward whatever comes next in world that tests everything except the will to continue. Aaron's shoulder throbs, but he climbs anyway. Victory tastes like pain, like sacrifice, like proof that some things matter enough to bleed for. The mountain stands behind them, silent, patient, keeping watch over secrets that sleep but do not. But ahead lies valley, lies distance, lies space between them, and horror that tried to remake evolution according to will instead of wisdom. They climb toward whatever comes next, toward whatever new threats emerge from world that teaches adaptation, that demands change, that punishes those who refuse to evolve. But they evolve too, learn too, adapt to circumstances that test everything except the will to continue, to survive, to see tomorrow despite today's cost. The howling fades behind them, grows distant, becomes memory instead of immediate threat, becomes story to tell around fires, becomes warning for those who come after. The alpha is gone. The pack scattered. The mountain keeps its secrets, for now. Chapter 21, Shattered Victory. The alpha lies still now. Its massive form spreads across the den floor like a broken mountain. Steam rises from the wounds. The amber eyes no longer burn. They stare at nothing and everything. Aaron sits against the cave wall. His right leg spreads crimson beneath him. The fabric of his pants hangs in shreds. Ylva presses her coat against the wound, but the red seeps through, always seeping through. You can survive anything until you can't. Gunnar stumbles into the chamber, his rifle smoking. Behind him comes Rena with her medkit, the veterinary assistant who patches humans now because humans are all that's left. She kneels beside Aaron and her hands work fast. Clean hands in a dirty world. The Alpha's death changes nothing, changes everything. 3 pack members scatter deeper into the tunnels. Their howls echo off stone walls, defeated but not gone, never truly gone. Ylva's ears twitch at the sound. Her silver eyes follow the retreating calls. We beat the leader. Gunnar says. The words fall flat in the cold air. Aaron tries to stand. His leg buckles. The bone might be cracked. Might be worse. Rena's fingers probe the wound and he bites back the sound that wants to escape. Pain is honest. Pain tells you what matters. Ylva stares at the Alpha's corpse. Her heritage revealed the weakness, the exposed nerve cluster where mutation met flesh. She knew because she had to know, because something deep in her recognized the flaw. The pack will scatter, she says. Find new territory. New Alphas will rise. Her voice carries weight, the weight of knowing. The weight of being between 2 worlds and belonging fully to neither. Rena works with practiced efficiency, cloth and pressure and careful stitching. The needle pulls thread through skin, through the story of another day survived. Aaron's face stays still, but sweat beads on his forehead despite the cold. The den stretches around them, tunnels leading to darkness, leading to more questions than answers. The mutation experiments they found earlier make sense now. The Alpha was trying to create something, build something, make itself into more than nature intended. Evolution doesn't ask permission. Gunnar posts watch at the entrance. His boots echo off stone. The sound bounces back from depths they haven't explored. Won't explore. Some darkness should stay dark. We need to move him, Rena says. Can't treat this properly here. Aaron nods. His hazel eyes find Ylva's face. She crouches beside the Alpha's head. Her clawed hand touches the scarred muzzle. Some gesture of respect. Some acknowledgement of a worthy enemy. You fought well, she whispers to the corpse. The Alpha's death should feel like victory, should taste like freedom. Instead it tastes like copper and uncertainty, like the beginning of something else, something worse. They fashion a stretcher from rifle straps and torn cloth. Aaron grits his teeth as they lift him. The world spins. Colors bleed at the edges. Consciousness becomes negotiable. Outside the den, the wind has died. The trees stand sentinel in the silence. Snow falls in lazy spirals, each flake unique. Each flake the same. The pattern of winter. The pattern of endings. Ylva takes point. Her nose works the air, searching for threats that haven't revealed themselves yet. Her orange hair catches snowflakes like a crown, like a target. The pack's howls grow distant, but distance is temporary. Distance can be crossed. They carry Aaron through the forest, through the cathedral of pines, each step measured, each breath visible. The stretcher sways between Gunnar and 2 other survivors, motion that follows the rhythm of walking, of living, of continuing when stopping seems easier. Aaron drifts in and out. The world becomes fragments. Ylva's worried face, snow falling on his chest, the scrape of boots on frozen ground, the taste of iron in his mouth. Victory tastes like this, like survival, like the price you pay for tomorrow. Behind them, the den grows small, becomes just another hole in the mountains. But the Alpha's legacy spreads through the woods like ripples in still water. The scattered pack will remember, will adapt, will return in new forms. Nothing stays gone in the wild. Everything circles back. The makeshift camp waits 3 hours away, safety measured in footsteps, in heartbeats, in the space between one breath and the next. Aaron's leg throbs with each jarring step. But pain means alive, means fighting, means not yet ready to join the silent things. Ylva walks beside the stretcher. Her hand rests on Aaron's shoulder. The touch speaks what words cannot. We made it this far. We'll make it further. We have to. The forest watches them pass. Ancient trees that have seen the world change. That will see it change again. They carry their secrets in rings of wood, in the patient accumulation of seasons. Some stories end with victory, some begin there. Chapter 22. Road to Recovery. The makeshift haven spreads across an abandoned ranger station. Walls that once housed Forest Service now shelter the desperate. Maps of trails that lead nowhere hang beside broken windows. Glass swept into corners like memories of when the world was whole. Aaron lies on a cot made from salvaged materials, his leg elevated on a stack of moldy books, field guides to plants that might not exist anymore. Rena checks the stitches twice daily, unwraps, inspects, rewraps, the ritual of healing in a world that specializes in breaking. Ylva sits beside his bed, her rifle across her knees, always ready, always watching. The silver eyes track every movement in the room, every shadow that shifts. Her cigarette burns between clawed fingers. The smoke curls toward a ceiling stained with water damage. How long, Aaron asks. Rena looks up from her medical supplies. 3 weeks minimum, maybe more if infection sets in. 3 weeks. Time measured in vulnerability, in dependence, in trusting others to stand watch while you cannot. Aaron stares at the ceiling and counts water stains, each mark a story of decay, of entropy winning one drop at a time. The Alpha's death ripples through survivor networks. Word travels mouth to mouth, fire to fire. The great beast is gone, but its children remain. Scattered, angry, hungry for revenge that tastes like human flesh. Gunner organizes patrols. 6 people, 2-hour shifts. The ranger station sits in a clearing that offers good sightlines, also offers good exposure. Safety and danger occupy the same space, share the same breath. Ylva rarely leaves Aaron's side. She eats there, sleeps there when she sleeps at all. The orange hair falls across her face like a curtain. Behind it, her thoughts move in patterns Aaron cannot read, cannot follow. You should patrol with the others, he says. She takes a long drag from her cigarette, exhales slowly. I should do many things. Her voice carries undertones, harmonics of meaning that speak to more than words. She has lost too much, everyone she trusted, everyone she protected. The weight of that history sits between them like a third presence. Recovery means time. Time means thinking. Thinking means remembering. Aaron watches the ceiling and sees faces from before. His family, his team, the people he failed to save when the cold first came, when the world cracked like old ice. Memory is the cruelest luxury. Days pass in slow increments. Rena's hands work miracles with limited supplies, antiseptic made from pine needles, bandages cut from clean cloth, knowledge adapted from veterinary training because human doctors are another extinct species. The leg heals crooked, will always heal crooked. Aaron tests his weight and feels the new geography of pain, sharp at first, then settling into a steady ache. The reminder that survival comes with permanent prices. Ylva helps him stand. Her strong hands support his weight, the wolf strength barely strained by his mass. Together they walk the station's perimeter, slow circles that map his limitations, that chart the distance between intention and ability. Snow melts in patches, reveals dead grass underneath, brown stalks that crunch underfoot. The promise of spring feels like a lie told by optimists. Winter has forgotten how to end, has forgotten its seasonal manners. Reports come from the scouts, wolf sign 2 miles north, 3 miles east. The pack reorganizes, splits into smaller hunting groups, adaptation in real time. Evolution with teeth. They're learning, Gunner says during the evening briefing, getting smarter. Ylva nods. Her orange ears twitch. Without the Alpha's control, they'll develop new strategies. Smaller packs are harder to track, harder to predict. Aaron listens from his cot. Strategic thinking from a horizontal position. The leg protests any attempt to join the war council, so he wars from bed, plans from pillows, leads from a position of weakness. Leadership doesn't require standing. The nights stretch long. Aaron and Ylva share the darkness between watch shifts. She tells him stories from before. Before the cold, before the mutations, before everything went quiet except the howling. I had a sister, she says. The cigarette glows red in the darkness. older, stronger. She taught me to hunt, to survive, to be alone. What happened to her? Ylva's silence answers before her words do. The Alpha's first pack, 2 years ago. She fought them off the cabin long enough for me to escape, bought time with her life, the math of sacrifice, the economics of survival. Someone always pays the price. Someone always stays behind so others can run. Aaron knows this equation, has solved it with his own losses. They sit in comfortable quiet, two damaged people counting their remaining pieces, cataloging what still works, what might work again with time. With care, with the luxury of safety. Outside the wind picks up, not the howling wind of blizzards, just the regular movement of air across obstacles, trees, buildings, the breathing of a world that hasn't learned to suffocate yet. Aaron's leg throbs in rhythm with his pulse. Each beat a small victory, each pulse proof of continuation. The stitches hold. The infection stays away. Rena's skill and luck form a temporary alliance against entropy. We'll need to move soon, Ylva says. The pack will find us eventually. They always do. Where? She points south through the broken window, toward territory they haven't mapped, haven't claimed, haven't learned to defend, wherever the howling hasn't reached yet. The ranger station settles around them, wood expanding and contracting with temperature, the sound of shelter doing its job, of walls keeping the wild on the correct side. For now, for this moment between storms. Aaron closes his eyes and feels his body healing. Slow, imperfect, but healing nonetheless. Each day a small miracle. Each night survived another victory against the mathematics of extinction. Tomorrow he'll walk further, test the leg's new limitations, map the boundaries of his changed body. But tonight he rests beside someone who understands the weight of survival. The cost of continuing, the healing continues. Patient, inevitable, like hope disguised as stubbornness. Chapter 23, Rising Shadows. The first evolved wolf appears on a Tuesday. If Tuesdays still matter, if calendar pages mean anything when the world forgets to turn them. Kira spots it during morning patrol. Crouched behind a fallen pine, she watches through binoculars as the creature moves through the underbrush. Larger than the scouts, faster than the hunters. Its gait flows like water over stones, like predation perfected. She radios back to base, her voice tight with controlled fear. Something new out here, something different. Aaron hobbles to the communications station. His leg bears weight now, but protests each step. The cane gunner carved from a pine branch takes some pressure off. Some pressure. Never enough. The radio crackles with Kira's whispered report. The thing healed while I watched. Scratch across its flank just closed up. Like it never happened. Ylva's ears perk at the transmission. Her silver eyes narrow. She knows wolf biology, understands the rules that govern pack behavior. These rules are changing, evolving, adapting faster than they can learn them. Pull back, Aaron transmits. Don't engage, just observe. But observation becomes impossible when the evolved wolf looks directly at Kira's position. Amber eyes that burn with unnatural intelligence. It tilts its head, considers, then lopes toward her hiding spot with casual confidence. Kira runs. The radio bounces against her belt as boots find purchase on icy ground. Behind her, the evolved wolf follows. Not chasing, following, like it has all the time in the world, like it knows where she's headed. The ranger station erupts into motion. Gunner grabs his rifle. Rena stuffs medical supplies into a pack. Aaron tests his leg against the urgency of crisis, finds it wanting but functional. Ylva moves with fluid grace, her rifle already in hand. The military coat billows behind her as she heads for the door, ready to face evolution with intention and firepower. They meet Kira half a mile from camp. She stumbles into their defensive line, breathing hard, pointing behind her at forest that looks empty, looks normal. But normal is extinct now, has been extinct for 2 years. It was playing with me, she gasps, could have caught me any time, chose not to. Ylva scans the tree line. Her enhanced senses probe for threats that hide behind ordinary appearances. The wind carries sense, information. Stories written in molecules too small for human noses to read. There, she whispers, points to a cluster of birch trees, watching us. Aaron follows her gesture but sees only winter forest, dead branches against gray sky. The accumulated debris of seasons that refuse to end. But Ylva's senses extend beyond human limitations, bridge the gap between worlds. They retreat to the station in formation, weapons ready, eyes scanning, every shadow suspicious, every movement potential threat. The evolved wolf lets them go. Another choice, another decision that suggests planning beyond instinct. Inside the station, they gather around maps spread on a folding table. Red pins mark wolf sightings. Blue pins mark safe areas. Green pins mark resources. The colored dots tell a story of shrinking options, of territory slowly claimed by things that hunt humans for sport. The pack is changing faster than predicted, Gunnar says. His finger traces patrol routes that may no longer be safe, may never have been safe. Ylva studies the pattern of sightings. Her intelligence works differently than human logic, processes information through instincts honed by survival, by the deep knowledge that flows between predator and prey. They're testing us, learning our responses, our capabilities. The alpha's death created opportunity for experimentation. Aaron leans against the wall, his leg throbs but supports him. The cane provides stability for body and mind, something solid to hold when everything else shifts like sand. How many evolved variants? Unknown, but if one exists, others follow. Mutation accelerates under pressure, under threat. The pack faces extinction, so it adapts, changes, becomes something new. The implications spread through the room like cold air through broken windows. They fought the alpha, won, claimed victory. But victory created conditions for something worse, something smarter, something that heals while you watch. Evolution doesn't pause for human convenience. That night, the station posts double watch, every window covered, every entrance barricaded. They take turns sleeping in shifts that never feel long enough. Rest interrupted by sounds that might be wind, might be footsteps, might be imagination wearing the costume of fear. Aaron lies on his cot and stares at the ceiling. Water stains map territories of decay. Each brown spot a small surrender to entropy, to the patient work of destruction that never takes breaks, never calls in sick. Beside him, Ylva sits with her rifle across her knees. The cigarette glows between her fingers. Smoke carries memories of better times, when tobacco was luxury instead of necessity, when fire meant comfort instead of survival. "What are you thinking?" he asks. "That we might be fighting the wrong war." The pack isn't just evolving physically, it's learning strategy, tactics, patience. Her voice carries undertones of worry, of professional respect for an enemy that refuses to stay predictable, that adapts faster than countermeasures can develop. Outside, something moves through the forest, footsteps too careful to be accidental, too purposeful to be random. The evolved wolf, or wolves, testing perimeter defenses, mapping human responses, building intelligence profiles of prey that thinks it's predator. The sound circles the station, slow orbits that suggest surveillance, study, the gathering of information that will be used later, when humans least expect it. When guard drops and exhaustion wins, Aaron grips his handgun. The metal feels cold against his palm, bullets counted and recounted, each round a mathematical problem, each shot a question about accuracy under pressure, under fear, under the weight of consequences. The circling stops, forest returns to natural quiet, wind through branches, snow settling on snow. The ambient soundtrack of winter in places where spring has forgotten its cue. But quiet can lie, can wear masks, can hide preparation behind the costume of peace. Ylva's ears remain alert, tracking sounds beyond human range, following stories told in frequencies that evolution forgot to give humans. Her orange hair catches lamplight like signal fires, like warnings burned against the darkness. Tomorrow they'll need new plans, new strategies, new ways to fight enemies that write their own rules, that change those rules when convenient, When survival demands innovation, they listen to silence that might not be empty, that might be full of intentions waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. The station settles around them. Wood and metal doing the work of shelter, of keeping the wild on the appropriate side of walls. For now, until evolution finds the gaps, the weaknesses, the places where human engineering meets superior intelligence. Sleep comes in fragments, rest interrupted by alertness that has become permanent, by the understanding that safety is temporary, that everything changes, that the only constant is the need to adapt or join the ranks of the extinct. The evolved wolves circle, learn, plan, wait. Evolution accelerates, time compresses, the future arrives wearing teeth. Chapter 24, Fractured Pack. Morning brings discord with the sunrise. Arguments that fracture like ice under pressure. Gunnar wants to fortify, dig in, make the ranger station impregnable. Kira argues for mobility, for staying ahead of threats that adapt faster than defenses can strengthen. Aaron listens from his chair beside the radio, his legs stretched out, cane within reach. Leadership from a position of physical limitation but strategic necessity. Someone has to decide. Someone has to choose direction when all paths lead through danger. The evolved wolves changed everything, shifted the balance, made old tactics obsolete overnight, like fighting an enemy that reads your playbook while writing new chapters faster than you can turn pages. We can't outrun them forever, Gunnar says. His construction background shows in every word. In the faith placed in walls, in barriers, in things built to last, to resist, to hold the line. Kira shakes her head. Young energy constrained by older caution. They track us wherever we go. Hiding just delays the inevitable. Better to stay mobile. Make ourselves hard to pin down. Ylva cleans her rifle in careful strokes, oil and cloth restoring function to metal worn by use, by necessity. Her silver eyes follow the conversation, but her attention focuses on the weapon that keeps her alive, that keeps others alive, that speaks the universal language of survival. What do you think? Aaron asks her. She looks up from the cleaning rod, considers, weighs options against possibilities, against the mathematics of predator and prey that govern all interactions in the wild. Both strategies have merit. Neither solves the core problem. The pack learns faster than we can adapt, faster than we can change tactics. We're fighting evolution itself. Her words settle over the room like cold air through broken windows, like truth that cuts through wishful thinking, through the comfortable illusions that make survival seem manageable. Then what do we do? Rena asks. She sorts medical supplies into organized piles, order imposed on chaos, structure applied to uncertainty. The veterinary training shows in every methodical movement. Ylva sets down her rifle, reaches for cigarettes. The pack crinkles as she extracts one, lights it with the military lighter, inhales smoke that carries memory. History, the accumulated weight of losses that never stop accumulating. We become unpredictable. Stop following patterns, stop being creatures of habit. Make ourselves harder to study, harder to understand. Gunnar frowns. That's not a strategy. That's chaos. Sometimes chaos is the only strategy that works. The discussion continues through morning, through noon, through the slow decay of daylight into early afternoon, each person arguing for survival as they understand it, as experience taught them, as fear instructs them. Aaron makes the decision when arguments circle back to their starting points, when repetition replaces progress, when leadership means choosing between bad options and worse ones. We split the group, he says. The words cut through discussion like blade through flesh, create immediate silence, immediate attention. Half stay here with Gunnar, fortify, dig in, make this place defensible. The other half comes with me. Mobile unit, drawing attention, leading threats away from the static position. The proposal divides the room. Faces show calculation, fear, the weight of choosing between safety strategies that both require faith, that both demand trust in plans that might fail catastrophically. Who goes where? Kira asks. Aaron looks around the room. studies faces that have become familiar, that have earned trust through shared danger, through survival accomplished together rather than alone. Ylva comes with me. Mobile unit needs her tracking skills, her understanding of wolf behavior. Gunnar commands the static defense. Rena stays here. Wounded need medical support. Kira volunteers for mobile duty. Young reflexes, fast movement, the ability to run when running becomes necessary, to fight when fighting becomes inevitable. The division creates immediate anxiety. Groups that work together now separated. Support systems broken. Redundancy eliminated in favor of tactical flexibility. Survival through dispersion. Through making targets harder to acquire. Preparations begin immediately. Supplies divided. Weapons distributed. Communication protocols established. The radio schedule that keeps separated units connected. That maintains the illusion of unified command across distance. Aaron tests his leg against the demands of mobility. The cane helps but limits speed, limits stealth, creates noise that might attract attention from things that hunt by sound, by movement, by the signature of weakness. Ylva packs with minimal gear, military efficiency refined by years of solo survival. Everything essential, nothing extra. Weight measured against utility, against the cost of carrying versus the cost of leaving behind. The evolved wolves watch from the forest. Amber eyes tracking human activity, learning, cataloging, building profiles of behavior that will inform future hunts, future strategies, future adaptations. They know we're planning something, Gunnar says. His binoculars focus on movement in the tree line, shapes that might be wolves, might be shadows, might be paranoia given form. Good, Aaron replies. Let them wonder, let them guess. Uncertainty works both ways. The mobile unit departs at sunset, 3 figures moving through forest that has become foreign territory, hostile territory, space claimed by things that understand wilderness better than humans ever did, ever could. Behind them, the ranger station settles into defensive positions. Barricades reinforced, fields of fire established, the mathematics of siege warfare applied to post-apocalyptic survival, to the patient work of holding ground against enemies that rewrite rules faster than defenders can learn them. Aaron's leg protests the uneven terrain, each step negotiated, each footfall a small victory against limitation, against the accumulated damage of survival lived at the margins, lived where safety is temporary and healing is luxury. Ylva takes point. Her enhanced senses probe for threats that hide behind normal appearances. That wear camouflage made from familiarity, from the assumption that forest is neutral, that wilderness doesn't choose sides. Kira follows. Young energy contained by discipline, by training that saved her life more than once, that taught her to move quietly, to kill efficiently, to survive when survival requires patience and violence in equal measure. The evolved wolves track their movement, parallel courses through trees that offer concealment. Cover, the tactical advantage of fighting on chosen ground, of knowing terrain better than enemies who travel through it like tourists in hell. Distance grows between the mobile unit and static defense. Each step separates resources, divides strength, creates vulnerability through isolation, but also creates unpredictability, makes human behavior harder to model, harder to predict, harder to counter. The strategy might work, might fail, might create new problems faster than it solves old ones. But certainty is extinct, has been extinct since the world forgot how to be warm, how to be safe, how to pretend that humans sit at the top of food chains. They move through forests that watches them, that judges them, that waits to see if intelligence can overcome instinct, if adaptation can outpace evolution, if survival can become more than accident. The fractured pack continues south, toward uncertainty, toward whatever waits beyond the mapped edges of known territory, beyond the comfortable boundaries of explored space. Behind them, the station glows with defensive preparations, with the faith placed in walls, in barriers, in the human belief that shelter can hold back the wild. Both strategies play out simultaneously. Both gamble with lives that cannot be replaced, cannot be restored, cannot be brought back from the territories that lie beyond breathing. The evening settles around divided forces, around plans that depend on luck, on timing, on the hope that splitting strength might double chances of survival, might create mathematical possibilities where none existed before. The wolves watch, learn, adapt, plan their own division of labor, their own tactical responses to human unpredictability, their own evolution toward perfect predation. Night falls on fractured alliances, on strategies that might save everyone, might doom everyone, might simply postpone the inevitable while creating illusions of control. The hunt continues, changes form, adapts to new conditions, but never stops, never pauses, never offers mercy to prey that thinks it can become predator through cleverness alone. Chapter 25. Desperate Measures. The hunger gnaws deeper than the cold now. Aaron counts 3 days since their last real meal. The canned beans from yesterday split between 7 mouths. Not enough. Never enough. Gunnar traces the map with one thick finger. The old mill sits 2 miles east. Stone walls, slate roof mostly intact. And wolves. Always wolves. We need those supplies, Gunnar says. His breath fogs white in the cramped shelter they call home now. Wooden boards nailed over broken windows. Gaps stuffed with rags and newspapers. The wind finds every crack. Ylva sits apart from the others. She cleans her rifle with methodical precision. Strip, wipe, reassemble. The metal clicks soft in the silence. Her orange mane catches what little light filters through. Aaron watches her hands. Steady. Sure. His own shake slightly from hunger, from something else too. Fear, maybe. The kind that burrows into your bones and stays. Rena coughs into her sleeve, the sound wet and harsh. She has been growing thinner. They all have. Skin stretched tight over skull, clothes hanging loose. But Rena worst of all. The mill has a root cellar, Gunnar continues. Yosef told me before he went to sleep the last time. Stone walls keep the freeze out, might still have potatoes, turnips, dried meat. Old Joseph sleeps now beneath 2 thin blankets, his breathing shallow and rough. Too old for this world, too tired to fight the hunger anymore. Kira shifts by the wall. Young. Quick, her eyes bright with the fever of hope or starvation. Hard to tell the difference now. I can scout ahead, she says. Move quiet. See how many. No, Aaron says. We go together or not at all. But if we all go and it goes wrong, then we all go wrong together. The wind howls outside. Sounds like wolves. Sounds like the earth itself crying. Aaron has learned not to trust the difference. Ylva sets down her rifle, looks at Aaron with those silver eyes. When did you become the one who decides? When you started following? She almost smiles. Almost. The mill waits in the gray dawn light. Stone walls dark with moisture and age. Windows broken out long ago, but the roof holds. The walls stand, and smoke rises thin from what might be a chimney. They approach through the tree line. 7 figures moving through snow that crunches too loud. Aaron leads, Ylva flanks right, Gunnar left, the others follow in single file. The wolves howl from inside. Not howls exactly, more like singing. Low and mournful. The sound makes Aaron's teeth ache. His shoulder throbs where the old wound lives. Always does when weather changes, when death comes close. Movement in the broken windows, shapes dark against darker stone. Ylva holds up 3 fingers, then 5, then shakes her head, too many to count. Aaron signals the retreat, but Rena stumbles. Her foot catches in a snow-hidden root, and she goes down hard. The rifle clatters against stone. The sound cuts through winter air like a blade. The singing stops. Then the real howling begins. They pour out of the mill like smoke. Mutant wolves with patchy fur and exposed bone. Eyes that reflect light that should not exist. They move wrong. Too fast. Too coordinated. Aaron fires twice. One wolf spins and falls, gets back up, limps but keeps coming. His hands shake and the 3rd shot goes wide. Run, Ylva screams. But there is nowhere to run to. Gunnar stands his ground, swings a crowbar at the first wolf that reaches him, connects with skull. The creature staggers, comes back with fangs bared. Kira draws her knife. Young and quick, but not quick enough. A wolf hits her from the side, takes her down into red snow. Her scream cuts short. Aaron reaches for another clip, fingers numb with cold and fear. The magazine slips, falls into snow. He drops to his knees, digging, and a wolf lands on his back. Weight and heat and the smell of decay. Claws rake across his coat, through fabric into skin. He rolls, brings up the knife, finds soft belly. The wolf yelps and stumbles away. Ylva appears beside him, silent as death. Her own knives work quick and clean. She moves like water, like wind, like something that was never quite human to begin with. The wolf that took Kira lies still now, but Kira does not get up. They fight their way to the mill door, step over bodies that steam in the cold, wolf and human both. The price of hunger always paid in different coin. Inside, the root cellar holds treasure. Potatoes black with age, but still good inside. Turnips hard as stones. Strips of venison dried to leather, but better than nothing. Much better. They load their packs, work in silence. Outside, more howls echo through the trees, distant but getting closer. Aaron looks at Kira one last time, 22 years old, quick with a joke, quicker with a blade, now gone, now still, now part of the winter landscape forever. We should bury her, Rena whispers. No time, Gunnar says, and the ground is frozen solid anyway, so they leave her. Leave them all, wolf and human together in the snow. Let winter sort the differences. The trek back takes forever, packs heavy with food, hearts heavy with loss. They do not speak. Feet crunch through snow that falls silent behind them. They reach the shelter as darkness claims the sky. Board up the door, light a small fire, divide the food 7 ways, then 6. The potatoes taste like earth and salvation, the turnips like bitter hope. Aaron chews slow, makes it last. Outside, the wind carries new sounds, howls that circle closer, following the scent of loss. Rena tends the fire. Her hands shake, but her eyes stay dry. Grief is a luxury they cannot afford. Not yet. Ylva cleans her knives again, the ritual of survival, the ceremony of staying alive one more day. She does not look at the empty space where Kira used to sit. Aaron counts bullets, 13 left. Lucky 13. He laughs, but the sound comes out wrong, hollow, like something broken trying to remember how it used to work. The mill held enough food for 3 days, maybe 4 if they stretch it, if they are careful, if they do not think too hard about tomorrow. But tomorrow always comes, and hunger always returns, and the wolves are always howling somewhere in the distance, getting closer with each passing hour. Chapter 26, Visions of Hope. Aaron wakes to static, soft and rhythmic, like rain on leaves, like wind through tall grass. But this is winter and there are no leaves, no grass, only snow and ice and the endless white silence of a world gone wrong. The sound comes from Gunnar's corner, from a small black box with silver antenna extended. A radio. Where did that come from? Aaron sits up. His ribs ache where wolf claws found purchase yesterday. The bandages pull tight against healing skin. Rena's work, clean and careful, but it still hurts to breathe deep. The static continues, not random. Patterns in the white noise. Rhythms that might be voices, might be hope, might be nothing at all. Gunnar turns dials with thick fingers, searches frequencies like a man panning for gold, finding only static, more static. Then, anyone out there? Day 47 of winter transmission. Blackrock Station calling. We have shelter, we have food, we have hope. The voice cuts static like sunlight through storm clouds. Clear, human, alive. Ylva jerks awake. Her silver eyes find the radio. Find Aaron. Find something she has not felt in 2 years of survival. Possibility. Blackrock Station, the voice continues. Coordinates 47 north, 123 west. Following the old highway markers, look for the red tower. We have power, we have warmth, we have community. Aaron's hands tremble as he reaches for his map, yellowed paper torn at the edges, marked with pencil and hope and the weight of too many failed journeys. 47 north. 123 west. His finger traces lines across paper, measures distances, counts days of travel through snow and wolves and the endless hunger that waits between here and anywhere else. 2 weeks, he says. maybe 3 in this weather. Rena coughs soft and wet. She has been growing worse, the cold eating her from inside out. 2 weeks might be too long. It could be a trap, Gunnar says. Raiders use radio calls to draw people in, promise shelter, promise safety, deliver only chains and worse things. But his voice carries doubt, carries something that might be longing, or it could be real, Ylva says, her voice rough with smoke and possibility. Could be 50 people. Could be walls and fires and beds that do not freeze your bones while you sleep. They listen for an hour. The transmission repeats every 10 minutes. Same voice, same words, same promise that sounds too good for this world but too real to ignore. Aaron plots the route, north and west through terrain he knows, through valleys thick with pine and shadows, through places where wolves run in packs and hunger waits behind every tree. We take turns carrying the radio, he says. Keep it tuned to the signal. Follow it like a compass pointing towards something better. What if we get there and it is nothing? Rena asks. What if we walk for weeks and find only empty buildings and bones? Then we will have tried, Aaron says. And trying is better than sitting here waiting to become bones ourselves. They pack light, take only what they need to survive the journey. Food for 3 days, ammunition for Aaron's pistol, Ylva's rifle and bow, basic medical supplies. The radio in a padded bag that Gunnar carries like precious cargo. Outside, snow falls in thick flakes, fat and lazy, the kind that builds up fast and makes travel impossible. But they cannot wait for better weather. There is no better weather coming. They leave old Joseph sleeping, too weak to travel, too tired to want to. Rena leaves him water and half their remaining food, enough for a few days, enough to die comfortable if death comes calling. The first mile passes in silence. Snow crunches under their boots. Breath fogs white in air, cold enough to freeze spit before it hits the ground. Aaron's shoulder aches, Ylva's ribs pull tight against bandages. But they walk. They move. They choose motion over surrender. The radio crackles to life every 10 minutes. Blackrock Station calling, coordinates and hope, and the promise of something beyond mere survival. Then the howls begin, distant at first, like wind through canyon walls. But Aaron knows that sound, knows the difference between wind and wolves and the space where hope goes to die. They are following our scent, Ylva says. She unslings her rifle, checks the action. 5 rounds loaded, more in her pocket, but not many more. How many? Aaron asks. Too many. The howls grow closer, converge from multiple directions. Pack hunting, coordinated, intelligent, the kind of intelligence that learns from mistakes and adapts to new threats. Aaron counts his remaining bullets. 11 now. He used 2 yesterday at the mill. 2 more trying to hit a wolf that moved like smoke through snow. Math that never works out in their favor. We run or we fight? Gunnar asks. We run until we cannot run anymore, Aaron says. Then we fight until there is nothing left to fight for. They break into a stumbling jog, heavy packs bouncing, feet sliding in snow that grows deeper with each step. Behind them the howls multiply, converge, draw closer like nooses tightening around necks. The radio broadcasts its message to empty air. Blackrock Station calling. Shelter and warmth and community waiting somewhere beyond the wolves and snow and the mathematics of 11 bullets against too many teeth. Aaron's lungs burn, his shoulder screams, but he runs because running is all they have left. Because stopping means becoming part of the winter landscape forever. Because somewhere ahead waits a red tower and the possibility of something better than mere survival. A wolf breaks from the tree line. Massive, scarred, one ear torn away by some long-ago battle. It lopes alongside them, keeping pace, studying their movement, with eyes too intelligent for any natural creature. Ylva raises her rifle, tracks the target, fires once, the wolf spins, stumbles, gets back up, keeps running. 5 rounds becomes 4, becomes the space between hope and mathematics. More wolves appear, flanking, surrounding, patient as death and twice as certain. The radio squawks its message into air, thick with breath and fear and the smell of something that might be freedom if they can run fast enough to catch it. Black Rock Station calling, the voice says. Day 47 of winter transmission. Aaron clutches the map in his pocket, feels the paper crinkle under frozen fingers. 2 weeks to coordinates that might be salvation, might be trap, might be nothing at all. But it is something to run toward. Something beyond the wolves and hunger and the endless white silence of a world that forgot how to care, whether people lived or went still. The howls surround them now, close enough to count. Close enough to feel breath on the back of necks that will not stay warm much longer. Aaron checks his pistol one more time. 11 bullets, 11 chances, 11 opportunities to buy time they do not have for a destination they may never reach. The radio broadcasts hope into winter air, and they run toward it like children chasing light. Chapter 27, Final Hunt. The tracks lead north through ice that cuts like broken glass. Aaron follows behind Ylva, his breath forming small clouds that vanish into the gray morning. His right leg still aches from the Alpha's wound, but he pushes forward. Pain is just another passenger now. 3 sets of prints. Large. Deliberate. The last leaders of what was once a pack of 20. Ylva stops, points with her rifle toward a stand of pine trees. Those are fresh, maybe 2 hours. Aaron checks his handgun. 4 bullets left. He has been counting for weeks now. Every shot matters. Every miss brings the darkness closer. They move through the trees like ghosts. Snow falls in lazy spirals, muffling their footsteps. The world feels hollow, empty, as if something vital has been drained from it. The first one comes at them from behind a fallen log. No howl this time, no warning. Just the sound of claws scraping against bark, and then it is airborne, muscles bunched beneath patchy fur, amber eyes fixed on Ylva's throat. She pivots, fires once. The rifle crack echoes off the trees, and the mutant stumbles but does not fall. Dark fluid seeps through its coat, but it keeps coming. Aaron puts 2 bullets in its chest. The thing finally stops. Lies still in the snow. Steam rises from the wounds like tiny prayers. 1 down, 2 remain. They press on. The trail becomes erratic now. The surviving wolves know they are being hunted. They double back, split apart, circle around through gullies and over ridges. Aaron's leg throbs with each step. He thinks about the life he had before all this. The apartment with central heating, the grocery store where food came wrapped in plastic, simple things that seemed permanent. Nothing is permanent. He learned this when the cold came, when the lights went out and never came back on. The second wolf tries to be clever. It waits in a tree, drops down as they pass beneath, but Ylva's nose catches its scent. She rolls sideways as it falls. Aaron puts his last 2 bullets in its skull before it can recover. The handgun clicks empty. He tosses it aside. Just wait now. 2 down. 1 remains. They follow the final trail up a steep slope. The wind picks up, drives snow into their faces like tiny needles. Aaron can barely feel his fingers. Ylva moves ahead, rifle ready, ears twitching at sounds he cannot hear. The last wolf waits for them at the top of the ridge. It sits like a monument, bigger than the others. Scarred along its flanks, 1 ear torn to shreds, it watches them approach with something that might be curiosity or respect. Ylva raises her rifle. The wolf does not move. For a moment they face each other across the wind-scoured stone, predator and predator, the old world and the new. Aaron wonders if this is how it ends. Not with grand gestures, but with simple choices made in the cold. The wolf tilts its head, makes a sound that is not quite a howl, more like a question. Ylva fires. The bullet takes it in the chest. It staggers, falls to its knees. But still it watches her with those amber eyes. She walks closer. The wolf's breathing comes in short gasps. Steam rises from its nostrils. It tries to stand but cannot. Ylva kneels beside it, places 1 hand on its massive head, whispers something Aaron cannot hear. Then she draws her knife and slides it between its ribs. Quick, clean. The amber eyes go dark. The pack is gone. After months of hunting and being hunted, After all the fear and sleepless nights and desperate running through snow-covered forests, it ends here on this ridge with 3 corpses and the wind. Aaron sits down hard on a boulder. His leg gives out completely. The adrenaline fades and leaves him hollow. Ylva looks out over the valley below, her orange hair whips around her face. She lights a cigarette with shaking hands. "Is it over?" Aaron asks. She takes a long drag, exhales smoke that the wind tears away. This part is over. They sit in silence as snow begins to fall harder. Aaron thinks about all the things they have lost, all the friends gone, all the warm places that exist now only in memory. But they are still here, still breathing, still choosing to take the next step forward. The wind carries a new sound, distant but growing closer, not howls this time. Human voices. Ylva stands, crushes her cigarette under her boot. Time to go. Aaron struggles to his feet. His leg screams protest but holds. They begin the long descent toward whatever comes next. Behind them, the 3 wolves grow cold in the snow. Ahead, the voices grow louder. The hunt continues. Chapter 28. Ultimate Sacrifice. The voices belong to Gunnar and Rena. They emerge from the tree line below, moving fast through knee-deep snow. Behind them come shapes in the distance. Dark, loping. Not wolves. Something else. Aaron and Ylva scramble down the slope. Aaron's leg nearly gives out twice, but Ylva catches his arm, keeps him upright. The evolved strain has found them. 6 of them. Maybe 7. Larger than the original mutants. Their fur grows in strange patterns. Bone plates show through gaps in their hide. They move with coordination that makes Aaron's skin crawl. Gunnar sees them coming down the ridge, raises his rifle, shouts something the wind steals away. The evolved pack splits apart. 3 go left, 3 go right. One comes straight up the middle like it knows exactly what it wants. Aaron draws his knife, all he has left. Ylva chambers another round, but her ammunition runs low too. They have been hunting for days. Resources stretch thin. The center wolf reaches them first. Aaron sidesteps its initial charge, drives his blade between its ribs. The thing barely flinches, swipes at him with claws that rake across his chest. His coat tears, skin opens beneath. Ylva puts a bullet in its skull. It drops, but the others are closing fast. "We have to reach the others," she says. They run. Aaron stumbles and slides down the steep terrain. His leg screams with each impact. Behind them, the evolved pack closes the distance with mechanical precision. Gunnar and Rena take position behind a fallen tree. Open fire as the first wolves reach them. Their shots echo off the valley walls. One wolf spins sideways, keeps coming on 3 legs. Aaron and Ylva reach the tree line. Aaron collapses against a pine trunk, cannot go further. His leg gives out completely this time. "Go," he tells Ylva. "Get to the others." She looks at him, at the approaching pack, at Gunnar and Rena fighting desperately 50 yards away. No. The largest evolved wolf breaks away from the others. Massive. Bone plates covering half its skull, it moves directly toward Aaron's position with singular focus. Ylva sees it coming, sees Aaron trying to stand on his damaged leg, sees how this ends. She makes her choice. The massive wolf leaps. Aaron raises his knife but knows it will not be enough. The creatures weight him. Claws will tear him apart. Ylva throws herself between them. She takes the full impact of the wolf's charge. They roll together across the frozen ground. The creature's claws rake across her shoulder, through her green coat, through fur and flesh beneath. She screams but does not let go. Her knives find gaps in the bone plating. Once, twice. The wolf thrashes, but she holds on, drives the blades deeper. Aaron struggles to his feet, sees Ylva pinned beneath the dying creature. Dark stains spreading across the snow around them. Too much, too fast. The remaining wolves circle like sharks. Gunnar and Rena try to reach them, but 2 more evolved mutants cut them off. Aaron limps toward Ylva. She pushes the massive corpse off her chest with shaking arms. Sits up slowly. Her left shoulder hangs at a wrong angle. Claws have opened long furrows across her ribs. "Can you move?" Aaron asks. She tries to stand. Falls back down. Tries again. This time, Aaron catches her good arm, helps her up. The circling wolves close in, 4 of them, moving with that terrible coordination. Aaron has his knife. Ylva can barely hold one blade in her good hand. This is where it ends. Then Gunnar appears through the trees, Rena beside him. They have flanked the evolved pack, caught them in crossfire. The wolves turn, confused. Their formation breaks apart. Aaron and Ylva stumble toward their allies. Every step sends fresh pain through Ylva's wounded shoulder, but she keeps moving, keeps fighting. Gunnar's rifle barks twice. One wolf falls. Rena's pistol drops another. The remaining 2 evolved mutants look around at their decimated pack, at the growing number of humans with weapons. They turn and flee into the forest. For the first time in months, the woods fall silent. No howls, no scratching claws, no amber eyes watching from the shadows. Rena examines Ylva's shoulder. The bone is displaced but not shattered. The claw marks are deep but clean. She will heal. Aaron collapses against a tree. His leg throbs. His chest burns where claws raked him. But they are alive, both of them. The pack is broken. The evolved strain scattered. After all the hunting and running and desperate fights in the snow, after all the loss and fear and sleepless nights, it ends here with 4 friends standing together in a quiet forest. Ylva leans against Aaron's good side. He can feel her shaking from cold or shock or exhaustion. Maybe all 3. Is it over? He asks. She lights a cigarette with her good hand, takes a long drag, winces as the motion pulls at her wounded shoulder. This part is over. They make camp that night in a sheltered grove. Rena sets Ylva's shoulder with strips torn from Aaron's spare shirt. The bone grates as it slides back into place, but Ylva does not cry out. Aaron sits beside her by the fire. Neither speaks. Words feel inadequate after everything they have survived together. Tomorrow they will begin the journey back to the others. Tomorrow they will start building something new from the pieces of what was broken. Tonight they just sit with the silence she almost died to preserve. The wind carries no howls now, only the whisper of snow falling on empty branches. Outside the darkness holds no amber eyes, no coordinated stalking, no patient hunger waiting for them to sleep. For the first time in months, Aaron closes his eyes without listening for footsteps. The pack is gone, but they remain, wounded, exhausted, changed by everything they have endured, but alive, still choosing to take the next breath, still choosing each other. Chapter 29, Dawn's Promise. The howling has stopped. Aaron counts the days since the last echo bounced off the pines. 7, maybe 8. Time moves different now without the constant threat pressing against the cabin walls. He sits by the window where boards once barred the glass. Ylva pried them free yesterday. Said the light would help his leg heal faster. The wound runs deep from hip to knee where the alpha's claws found their mark. Rena stitched it closed, but the muscle remembers, will always remember. Outside, Gunnar and the others work, building. The sound of hammers on wood carries through the morning air. They use timber from collapsed houses, from places where people once lived and dreamed and planned for summers that never came. The wood serves better purposes now. Ylva enters carrying 2 cups of coffee. Real coffee. They found it in the town's general store last week. Still sealed. Still good. She hands him the steaming cup and settles beside him on the makeshift bench. The coffee tastes like memory, like mornings before the cold came, before the world forgot how to be warm. Your leg looks better today, she says. The swelling has gone down. Aaron nods, tests the weight on it. Pain shoots up his thigh, but he can bear it. Has to bear it. They leave for the haven in 3 days. The radio signal grows stronger each morning. Rena monitors it now. Says the community there has medicine. Real medicine. Not just boiled pine needles and hope. Through the window they watch Kira's grave, a simple cross made from broken fence posts. Gunnar carved her name into the wood with his knife. The letters are crooked, but they hold meaning. They hold her. Old Joseph sits beside the grave most days, tells stories to the wind and snow. Yesterday, Aaron heard him talking about ice cream trucks and Saturday morning cartoons. Things that exist only in the spaces between memory and forgetting. We should have saved her, Ylva says. Her voice carries that familiar weight. The guilt that follows survivors like smoke follows flame. Aaron reaches for her hand, finds fur and warmth in the steady pulse of life continuing despite everything. We saved who we could. That has to be enough. But it isn't enough. Not really. It never is. The construction sounds continue outside, hammer strikes and the scrape of metal on wood. Gunnar shouts directions to Marcus and Rena. They're building a monument, not for the ones they lost, but for the ones they found. Each other, the stubborn insistence of community in a world that forgot how to care. Ylva's cigarette burns low between her fingers. She rations them now, one per day, sometimes less. The supply won't last forever, but nothing does. That's the lesson the cold taught them all. Aaron studies her profile. The scar across her left eye has faded some. The fur around it grows back thick and silver. She catches him looking, and something passes between them. Not words. Not touch. Just recognition. The acknowledgement that they've become something together that neither was alone. The radio crackles from the kitchen table. Rena's voice follows. Signals getting stronger. They're broadcasting location coordinates now. Looks like we can reach them in 4 days if the weather holds. 4 days. Aaron calculates the distance, the terrain, the supplies they'll need. His leg will slow them down but not stop them. Nothing stops them now. Outside, snow begins to fall, light flakes that catch the morning sun and scattered into fragments of silver and gold. The world looks almost beautiful like this, almost peaceful. If you forget about the bones buried beneath the white, if you forget about the silence where cities used to hum. Ylva stands and moves to the radio, picks up the transmitter with careful hands. This is Ylva. We're 4 souls traveling to your location. 1 injured but mobile. Request permission to approach. Static fills the room, then a voice. Human. Warm. Alive. Permission granted. Traveler will have hot food waiting. She sets the radio down and turns to Aaron. Her silver eyes hold something new. Something he hasn't seen since before the Alpha. Before the hunt. Before the long nights when survival meant more than living. Hope. It looks strange on her, like a coat that doesn't quite fit. But she wears it anyway because hope, even borrowed hope, beats the alternative. Aaron pushes himself up from the bench. His leg protests, but holds. Tomorrow they'll pack what little they have. Tomorrow they'll say goodbye to the cabin that kept them breathing when breathing seemed impossible. Tomorrow they'll walk towards something better than mere survival. But today they sit in the weak sunlight streaming through unbarred windows. Today they drink real coffee and listen to the sounds of community being born from the bones of the old world. Today the howling has stopped and the silence doesn't feel quite so empty. The snow continues to fall, but softer now, like the world remembering gentleness, like winter learning to forgive. Chapter 30, Eternal Vigil. The haven appears through morning mist like something from the time before. Walls of stacked stone, guard towers with actual guards, smoke rising from chimneys that promise heat and food, and the radical concept of safety. Aaron leans heavy on the walking stick Gunnar carved for him. 4 days of travel have worn the wound raw again, but they've made it. All of them. Even old Joseph, who moves like winter itself but refuses to be left behind. The gates open before they reach them. People emerge. Real people with clean clothes and faces that remember how to smile. A woman with gray hair steps forward. She wears a jacket that isn't patched with tape and wire. It's been so long since Aaron saw cloth that wasn't improvised. "I'm Sarah," she says. "We've been tracking your radio signals for weeks. Welcome to Haven's Rest. The name fits." Aaron feels something unclench in his chest. Some knot of tension he's carried for so long he forgot it was there. Ylva moves closer to him, not touching but near. Her presence a constant reminder that he's not facing this alone anymore. They're led through streets lined with prefab shelters and converted shipping containers. Gardens grow under glass domes, actual vegetables pushing green through black soil. Children play between the buildings. Children. Aaron had almost forgotten they existed. The medical bay occupies a converted warehouse, clean white walls, equipment that works. Rena disappears inside with the facility's doctor asking questions faster than the man can answer. Her eyes bright with the possibility of practicing real medicine again. They assign Aaron a bed with sheets. Actual sheets. The doctor examines his leg with gentle hands and actual antibiotics. The wound will heal properly now. Won't leave him limping through whatever comes next. Ylva stays close during the examination, suspicious. Her wolf instincts don't trust kindness yet, don't trust walls that aren't under siege. The doctor works around her presence like she's always been there. Your friend has good instincts, he tells Aaron while cleaning the wound. We could use someone with her skills on the perimeter patrol. Aaron looks at Ylva. She stands by the window watching the guards on the wall, studying their movements, their weapons, their fields of fire, already planning how to defend this place if the need arises. She'll want to know the watch rotations, Aaron says, and the supply inventories and the escape routes. The doctor laughs. It's been months since Aaron heard that sound from a stranger. We'll start with the tour, then work up to the sensitive information. That evening, they gather in the communal hall. 53 people, families and loners and everything between. They share a meal cooked on actual stove with ingredients that didn't come from cans buried in snow. Old Joseph tells stories to a circle of children who've never heard about the world before the cold, their eyes wide as he describes cars that moved without being pushed, lights that turned on with the flip of a switch, ice that came from machines instead of falling from the sky. Gunnar and Marcus help with evening security rounds. They know about watching, about the weight of responsibility for other people's sleep. The guards here are grateful for the extra hands and the hard-won experience. Rena sets up in the medical bay. The doctor there is old, tired, ready to share the burden of keeping people alive in a world that prefers them gone. She works through the night, organizing supplies, learning what they need, what they can make with clever hands and stubborn determination. Aaron finds Ylva on the wall after midnight. She stands guard beside a young man named Derek, who keeps glancing at her fur and quickly looking away. She pretends not to notice, but Aaron sees the small smile at the corner of her muzzle. The view from the wall stretches across empty wilderness, miles of forest and frozen streams, beautiful in the starlight, deadly in the daylight. The same landscape that tried to end them, that ended so many others. You think they'll come? Derek asks. The pack remnants we've heard about on the radio? Ylva adjusts her rifle strap, checks the magazine out of habit. Something will come, she says. Something always comes. But we'll be ready. Aaron climbs the ladder to join them. His leg protests but holds. The night air tastes clean up here. Sharp with cold but not bitter. Not hungry. Below them, the community sleeps in actual beds behind actual walls. Warm, fed, healing. It's not the world they lost, but it's the world they're building. One day at a time. One choice at a time. One act of stubborn hope at a time. Derek shivers and pulls his coat tighter. At least the wolves are gone, he says. Ylva and Aaron exchange a look. They know better. There are always wolves. Maybe not the mutant pack they destroyed. Maybe not the alpha that nearly ended them both, but wolves nonetheless. Human wolves. Weather wolves. The wolves that live in the spaces between safety and chaos. The trick isn't unliving all the wolves. The trick is learning to live with them. Learning to watch, to prepare, to build communities strong enough to face what comes next. Aaron settles against the wall beside Ylva. Her warmth seeps through the layers of clothing and fur. Real warmth. Not the desperate heat of survival, but the steady comfort of presence, of partnership, of the remarkable fact that two broken things can hold each other up. The radio at Derek's belt crackles softly. All clear from towers 2 and 3. All clear from the main gate. All clear from the world that still turns despite everything that tried to stop it. Ylva's hand finds his in the darkness. Fur and flesh, human and something more than human. Survivors both. They sit watch together as the night deepens around them, ready for whatever howls in the darkness, ready for the long work of rebuilding, ready for the eternal vigil that keeps hope alive in a world that forgot how to be kind. Above them, stars wheel through the vast cold sky, the same stars that watched civilizations rise and fall, that watched species learn to love and learn to lose and learn to love again despite the losing. The snow begins to fall, but gently this time, like a benediction, like the world offering absolution for all the hard choices, all the necessary compromises, all the ways they learned to be human in a world that had forgotten the meaning of the word. In the distance, something howls. Not wolves, not mutants, just wind through the empty places. Just the sound of winter remembering its name. They listen without fear. They've learned the difference between howls that threaten and howls that simply acknowledge the darkness. This is the latter, the sound of the world speaking to itself in the old language of survival and stubbornness and the radical act of continuing. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new choices, new opportunities to fail or succeed or find some middle ground between the two. But tonight they sit watch together on the wall of a place called Haven's Rest. Tonight they are warm and fed and alive. Tonight the howling is just wind. Tonight that's enough.